and so that to the koala. Okay, bud. Hey, buddy. How's it hanging? Hey, mate. Kookaburras, eh? Oh, you sound scary. Oh. You're funny. Hello. You're beautiful. G'day, mate. Hey, nice and cool up there. Okay, Bruno.
Run. Hey, come on.
Zoe's very attached to me and follows me everywhere that I go.
Hi.
I've taken her up to the fire station a few times because I know that she loves being with me, and she's sat in the fire engine.
Hey sweetheart, are you a good girl? Have you been naughty?
She's just extremely intelligent, very inquisitive.
Zoe!
Whenever I call her name, she'll fly out of nowhere and just land on me.
The head this time, eh?
The reason why she's so attached to me is because I'm her dad. And I've raised her from a little baby.
Good girl.
It's a full-time job. I had to feed her every hour or two. I called the vet who came out to see me, and we patched her wing up together.
Good girl. So I thought I'd introduce these two. Good boy.
Mowgli, being the softie that he is, he was quite excited, I think, to meet Zoe.
Is this your first cuddle, guys? Are you ready?
Eventually, when she was strong enough, I'd run little distances and get her to chase me.
Good girl.
And eventually, she got really strong. And now she can fly at 100%.
Did you miss me? Did you miss me? Come on, you guys. Come on.
The crazy thing is, Zoe is not the first magpie that I rescued.
Hi.
It all started 3 years ago with a little swoop. I was just driving down the road one day and I spotted a little ball of fluff on the side of the road. The week that I found Swoop, so the week that I was told by my dad that he was terminal with cancer. So she came into my life at a time that I needed her. I had never rescued an animal before. It's always been my number one priority to make sure that Swoop was always wild.
Swoop!
She stuck around for about a year. But ironically, after Dad sadly passed away, I came back from his funeral and Swoop had made her own way into the wild. It was definitely bittersweet, but she's a wild animal and I really wanted her to be healthy enough to go off and hopefully meet a mate and have babies. I accepted the fact that Swoop was gone. I thought that it would all stop there, but one day I looked out the window and there was a Muscovy duck on the lawn. A couple of days later, he brought his wife to meet me. Hey, darling. She laid eggs and had ducklings.
What do you think you're doing?
I had to co-parent 15 ducklings. I've had people bring me birds that I've tried to help. I've got a feeling that when Swoop left, she went around telling all the birds that there was a guy down at the beach that'll help them. Finding Swoop completely changed my life. She would often go and visit people and visit neighbours. Next minute, I'm getting a message from this girl that I'd never met before saying, I became best friends with Swoop over the summer holidays and I've painted her. They said to her, well, hey, how do you feel about writing a children's book together?
Emma illustrated it, I wrote it, and it was published by Scholastic.
When my book got published, I really wanted to be able to call my dad. I'm sure that he's up there watching and I hope that he's proud of where I've come with this journey that I'm on. That just seems to be what my calling is, so I'm very happy to do what I can to help them.
Hello. Hi. Hello. Hey. Yes, good girl.
Here I am. Well. I had to walk out my shop. And left Bruno behind because it was going to rain. It was raining and it stopped raining. Let's see, I had $35 to get everything I had to get milk. I got some tomatoes, some cheese, some ham, bananas, potatoes, cask of wine. What else did we get, Brady? Yeah, I got a lot. There's a few specials on which I can help me. Oh, yeah, milk, of course. And I'm putting everything in my bag outside the supermarket. And this guy there, tall, lanky guy, leaves his dog sitting there on the seat I'm packing my stuff with. And dog's name's Diesel. And same colour as Bruno. Yeah, he was licking me face and he was being really nice. And then one of the ladies from the shop come out and tried to give him a snack, but he couldn't seem to chew it. And I was saying, oh, maybe he's like my beagle. She had trouble chewing pig's ears and things, which it was part of a pig's ear. And then the guy comes out going, oh, no, he can't chew because he's got a fused jaw. But anyway, I was having a bit of a chat with him about his dog and saying, oh, he's a beautiful boy. I've seen him mentioned a few times in the notice board here. Anyway, I offered to give me a lift home. And he said, look, mate, you walk? And I said, yeah. I said, I'm going up near Reeve Street. And he goes, oh, I'm the opposite way, but I'll give you a lift if you want. I go, oh, great. Lucky you did, because just I got back, God, did it piss down. I would have come back saturated. Anyway, my mate Eric Farmer, he's lost his dog. Eric lost his dog today. He had to bury his dog today. And up near, where is it? Minneapolis, Minnesota. Oh, I get mixed up. But yeah, dingo. Had dingo for 14 years, I think. So he didn't have a very good day. It's never a good thing. Bruno's been very lazy today. He doesn't like the cold weather either. He's just chilling out on the couch, aren't you, buddy, eh? Alright. Didn't even care. I didn't take him for a walk because, well, I didn't want him getting too wet. But yeah, so here I am, off the grid with Koala Ken. Well, I was hanging around a lot of koalas last year on French Island, but like that koala show at the start of the vid. He was grouse. Whenever he'd see me, he'd do that little growly sound. Oh, they're funny little fuckers. I love them. I'm getting rained on. There's a leak just above me. All right, good spot too, right where I fucking sit. What's happening on the news lately? Let's see. 2 New South Wales cops charged with assaulting a 92-year-old man, and thank God they not got charged because they never do normally. I don't know. This is an unusual case because first case. I mean, there's been so many cops who bashed people and tasered them to death, and old people I'm talking about. I think 3 old people died in the last year. Last year, 3 old people died. 2 from being tased, another one from being tackled to the ground and head concussion. And this is fucking evil. How can these people treat old people like that? It's fucking sick. Sick cunts. Here we go.
significant bruising to his head and arms. The two officers were charged with assault, occasioning actually bodily harm. And how did they get into the New South Wales Police?
But things are going slow here. I'm surprised the bloody PL's going to go out. But yeah, the fuckers. Normally they turn their footage off, but they must have forgot. Freaks. Yeah, I went to an old guy's place because his wife's got dementia and she rang the cops thinking something was wrong and there wasn't. And no, instead of going in and assessing the situation, they just attacked this bloke and handcuffed him, dragged him out of there to the police station. Yeah, lovely. Oh, I was watching about the Knowles family last night who got picked up by a UFO back in the 80s. That was pretty interesting. Right, so I was sort of covering this last week, but I just found one from a year back about Premier Andrew's car crash survivor speaks out. Speak
the ground, screaming in agony. Ryan claims Mr. Andrews and his who said she was driving the car were yelling at each other and were as and
had it. Oh, it's there. Okay. Yes. No, this young guy is only 15 at the time. He's an autistic kid who, obeyed the laws of the riding a bicycle. And
Andrew's car was speeding and seemed to come out of nowhere when he was struck aged 15 as he rode his bicycle across the road in Blairgowrie on the Mornington Peninsula. As he lay on the ground screaming in agony, Ryan claims Mr. Andrews and his wife Catherine, who said she was driving the car, were yelling at each other and were slow in helping him. I saw the man and the woman looking down at me. I remember that they were standing next to me and looking down with horrific looks on their faces. They did not bend down to assist me, he said. Hi everyone, Rukshan here. I just wanted to make this quick video to share with you this exclusive story that's just dropped on the Herald Sun regarding the 2013 crash between the Andrews family car, that is the car driven by Catherine Andrews at time, passenger apparently Daniel Andrews and his children, and a 15-year-old cyclist who was subsequently flown to the Royal Children's Hospital, which, according to this interview, he feels they were life-threatening, a crash that almost killed him. Now, before I get too much into covering this, in my own opinion, I'm just going to play this exclusive interview that they've given to the Herald Sun. Here's the video.
Since the accident, we'd kind of put it behind us. We didn't get the result that we were looking for, and we don't feel that the truth got out there. So I kind of felt that there was a massive injustice done against my son. So here we are, you know, quite a number of years down the track, trying to get the truth out there, trying to get a little bit of a justice and right the wrongs that happened to him. This has scarred my son for a major part of his life. And so if getting the truth out there can help somewhat to get my son's life back on track, then that's what we're here for.
What do you remember about how the accident transpired?
Just riding from my dad's to mum's like every other weekend, and just looking left to right, slowing down and doing the right thing, wearing a helmet, everything like that, and just pretty much crossing the road and yeah, just looking left and seeing it, just speeding at speeds you wouldn't think that you'd traveling around a corner on a footpath like this, on a road like that, sort of getting hit and just being in a lot of pain, and yeah, it's not a spot you really want to come back to. So I got a punctured lung, ruptured spleen, broken ribs, and I was internally bleeding up until the emergency surgery. So. Not happy. It's not what you want to hear. It's not the truth. Just sort of signing paperwork, and being younger, I was a bit scared into believing it all, and that I'd probably get in some kind of trouble with a law that the lawyers worked with the paperwork, and I'd be looked at as a criminal. Pretty unfair. Didn't get a good chance to speak up and be treated fairly. People have a right to know, and they should know, and it's not right that they listen to Daniel Andrews' stories.
Now, as you can see, there's a lot of unresolved issues here, and it seems like this family is searching for justice. A lot of the circumstances, what happened around this crash, are murky. You know, if you think about the fact that the police at the time didn't breathalyze the driver of the vehicle, right? You know, very rarely does that not happen. The police always usually breathalyze the person driving the vehicle at a crash scene like this, especially if a minor is involved. Now, this was later on investigated and looked into by IBAC of all places. And of course, they found that, it was just a routine mistake by the police. And, you know, let's just move on from that. Now, subsequent to that, also, we've had this this family, this adult now, this child that's grown into an adult, claiming that, you know, police didn't take a statement from him properly, that the lawyers that were engaged to act on their behalf, they're not really sure how that came to be, and the information that they got from their lawyers was to keep silent. You know, Andrews is a powerful man, just accept the money, and these things will sort themselves out quickly. All these kind of, you know, murky third world type corruption type things which are being said. I'm not alleging anything nefarious happened here, but I'm saying the optics of what's occurred in this story generally points in this direction. This particular issue, we have a victim involved here, right? And this is not being done by a political ad, as far as I can tell. This is this victim deciding now is a good opportunity, while the media is paying attention, to actually have his story heard, to have justice sought. And this might be the type of pressure that's required to actually get some justice for this victim. So, look, I'm going to just read some snippets from the news story. Tell me your thoughts. And thank you for watching this video. Here we go. Let's have a look at what the kid said. Well, shouldn't call him kid now. He's an adult. Let's have a look at what he said. Cyclist hit by Daniel Andrews' car demands justice. A young cyclist hit by Daniel Andrews' car has aired explosive claims about the crash, alleging the car was speeding and that he's been denied justice. Speaking for the first time about the horror crash, Ryan says Andrew's car was speeding and seemed to come out of nowhere when he was struck age 15, as he rode his bicycle across a road in Blairgowrie on the Mornington Peninsula. As he lay on the ground screaming in agony, Ryan claims Mr. Andrews and his wife Catherine, who said she was driving the car, were yelling at each other and were slow in helping him. I saw the man and the woman looking down at me. I remember that they were standing next to me and looking down with horrific looks on their faces. They did not bend down to assist me, he said. Ryan, who suffered a punctured lung, broken ribs, internal bleeding, and was left with just 10% of his spleen, has also condemned the then opposition leader for leaving the scene after calling 000. Mr. Andrews has said he needed to take his traumatized children who were screaming to the nearby holiday rental home before returning. Police failed to use breathalyzers at the scene, and Ryan now says he never gave a police statement to detail his version of events. Police documents detailing the Andrews claims about the circumstances of the crash, which have recently been obtained under freedom of information by the Muleman family, but cannot be made public, have added to their fury. The Mulemans have also called for the reports to be publicly released. Mr. Andrews has previously insisted that it was Ryan's bike that heavily hit their Ford territory. He was moving at speed. He absolutely T-boned the car. Hit it at such a force he was literally inside the car. He flew up over the car and hit the road, Mr. Andrews said in 2017. But Ryan says Andrews' car was traveling too fast for the conditions before the impact, which is about 17 meters from the intersection of where a small bike path meets the road. I was riding very slowly because it's difficult to pick up any speed along that stretch, he said. The bike belonged to my sister. It was a girl's bike, not a racer. I had a helmet on. I also had a backpack on as I was moving some personal things from one house to the other. There was also a mechanic's bag full of tools that was attached to the back of the bike. This was another reason why I was traveling slowly and not able to pick up any speed. Ryan secured an $80,000 compensation payout from the Transport Accident Commission to be paid after his 18th birthday. But the family has raised concerns about the process. Neither he nor his mother, Sonia Johnston, who were dealing with major law firm Slater and Gordon at the time, can recall how the firm had been engaged. I was basically told that I could go to court to contest the TAC payment, but that he, Daniel Andrews, is a pretty powerful man. And if I take this money now, and I wouldn't have to worry about it and would definitely get the money, but once I sign the contract, then I would have to keep quiet about it, and that's it. It's done, he said. I basically had to keep my mouth shut. It sort of scared me into signing straight away and just agreeing with it. It's something you don't forget. The Victorian Police Commissioner Garen Ashton said the officers who did not breathalyze Mr. Andrews' wife, who had said she was driving the Ford territory, simply muck-tap at the busy scene. You know, the police are always making mistakes at the most opportune times, right? Not for average Joes, just always making mistakes whenever they're dealing with high-profile cases or incidents. They always just seem to muck up the police.
Oh, well, said to put the rubbish on and recycle. It's cold outside. Well, there you go. You know, corruption at the highest level. Cops sort of going along with it. Yeah, can they? He's so fucking, you know, just because he's the prime going, you know, the future prime minister, that premier, that piece of shit, destroyed our state, destroyed lives, children died or injured, you know, lots of babies were born 9-month termination because of a bill he brought in 2008. Yeah, lovely man. I mean, that's just one incident. Yeah. And then he just gets the highest honour you can in Australia by the King, you know, of England. The Gong Award, whatever the fuck that's meant to be, but it's just a slap in everyone's face. Hey, let's reward the guy everyone in Australia fucking hates, you know. That'll piss everyone off. Pieces of shit. What a fucked up world. These politicians make it. Be a beautiful world without fucking politicians and cancels and crap cops. Who's in charge of Australia? Well, let's have a look. Doesn't look like anyone's.
Who is in charge of
Fair
this
enough.
country?
Basically, there is a small group of people, a small cabal, that secretly controls everything that is happening in the world. All the wars, all the revolutions, all the epidemics, everything that is happening is controlled by this very small group of people who are, of course, evil and have bad intentions.
It's certainly not Anthony Albanese. In fact, apparently, it's this bloke,
The role of governments is more important and more relevant than ever.
a union boss and a bully who has got little Albo wrapped around his
impediments.
so much so the CFMEU head is reminding the PM
That I was the son of a single mum.
who is effing boss.
But I said, oi, I'm the bloody...
Effing boss. Mr. Setka is continuing his campaign to try and get former Australian Building and Construction Commission Chief Stephen McBurney sacked as the AFL's head of umpiring. And why? Because, well, he doesn't like him because of a decision Mr. McBurney made in that previous role. So Mr. Setka, acting like a petulant child, chucking a tantrum, throwing his toys on the floor, is vowing to proceed with a work to rule campaign to disrupt AFL projects. And he's told Albanese
he is a weak and impotent Prime Minister
to stay out of it. And guess what? It seems the Prime Minister has
Shit himself.
That's my style. I hope you've noticed that.
Now, this thuggery could have a massive impact on AFL in this country. Yet, Albo today couldn't bring himself to push back against his union mates and stand up for Australia.
John Setka is someone who is showing his arrogance. Is someone who I expelled from the Labor Party.
If you want to betray us, you're going to pay a price. So what do you think of that sort of language? Is that acceptable?
I think that you probably encourage him by asking questions about him, given his character. I know you seem to be very interested in this bloke.
He seemed angry at the questions. So what, nobody should ask about it? We should ignore it? And what will you do about it, Prime Minister?
Our government will continue to listen to John Setka. And I tell you what, I say to John Setka that he is so out of touch. It's none of his business what occurs with the AFL. That's a matter for the AFL.
There it is. Nothing. How pathetic. He's acting more like a leech and a parasite than a leader. And now the Electrical Trades Union, the Australian Manufacturing Workers Union and the Plumbers Union have jumped on board, backing this thuggish behaviour by John Setka, and even warning Virgin Australia's owner against appointing the current frontrunner to the airline's CEO job. So basically, none of them are doing what unions are meant to do, and that is help workers. Instead, they are out there trying to get someone sacked, interfering in matters they have nothing to do with, and getting away with threats and propaganda like this.
Please do the right thing. Follow the rules. Avoid big groups and keep your distance. If you can stay at home, you should stay at home. Do it, or Victorians will die.
This Prime Minister that we have, his true character has shone through for all Australians to see. He is weak, he is gutless, and I hope that people throw him out at the next election.
We need a great reset.
Really bad. They're all been shit the last few. God. Scott Morrison. There's nothing to choose from. We don't, there is no. I mean, Pauline, yeah. But no way they ever gonna let her get in. Oh, well. What is it? 35 minutes, mate. Since I streamed it. And I'll have to feed Dog Tang in another hour. No. There you have it, eh? Yeah, so the guy next door, the guy there, Jared, he's he had to go in for a scan. He's got polyps, just like me, exact same thing in the stomach. And he's turned to cancer, and he said he had it 5 years ago. And it's weird. I've got him, he's got him. So he's going to have to go in for an operation again. In his case, it's just turned to cancer, so I'm still waiting to hear back from my mob. It's probably the same group. You know, I paid him the money for the fucking consultation. Didn't have to pay for anything else, but $260 out of my fucking bank just to talk to someone on a Zoom call for 5 minutes. It's insane, and they haven't got back to me since. I actually asked if I could pay it off. Yeah, no worries, but no, they just took it all. Fucking hell. Getting pissed on. Anyway. What else is happening? What else is happening? Let's go back to animals. Check out this Maggie going for the snake. Knows it's bad. So a brown snake. Yeah. Deadly. I think it's black. Yeah, that's a brown. Yep. Deadliest snakes in Australia, one of the deadliest. In about 20 minutes. Live if you don't get lost. The brave Maggie knows he can die if he gets bit.
Does it seem a fairly friendly sort of bird?
Oh, it's very friendly. Very friendly to me, that is. It doesn't like my wife.
Do you think it recognises you?
I think it must do, because on Friday evening, out of about 50 or 60 people, it picked me out.
But have you tried to put push it off and get rid of it?
Oh, I did it. In the first instance, I did, yes, about 4 or 5 times, and it just flew around and came back on my head again.
Where does it go with you?
It goes everywhere. Everywhere that I go, the pigeon goes. Up the road, in the shops, greengrocers.
But what happens when you want to go to work in the morning?
This is like the 80s,
Well,
wasn't
each
it?
night I put it in the garage and lock
Yeah,
the
this
door.
guy's going
And then
now.
the following morning, when I'm well clear of the house, my wife opens the garage doors and it flies off.
And what happens when you come home at night?
Oh, when I come home at night, it's waiting for me.
Isn't it a problem when you want a meal?
It was at first, but I've learned to live with it, and when I'm hungry, I eat.
But don't you find it rather messy keeping a pigeon up top?
Yes, I've gone through 3 suits and about half a dozen shirts to now.
Do you think there's any answer to the problem?
I don't see one. If it was all in my mind, I could see a psychiatrist, and that would be the end of the matter, but this is real.
I don't know what sort of magpie that was, but it wasn't an Australian one.
Here we go. Little leg kick. He's got him by the throat.
What, going for the throat?
What is this over?
Oh, we're going to see these fellas who've had a car.
I can't believe it.
Backing down.
I've seen this one.
I'm gonna punch your fucking head in.
Everyone's seen this one.
Look at my dog.
He's a big boy like that here now. Fuck, he's big. He's shifty. Yeah, kangaroos are always next door. Since we go to bed, we come in the yard. And there's a big fella there. God. Yeah, I can tell by the size of his kangaroo poo he leaves. What, But I've never had any trouble with any here. I've had one that made out he's going to fight me, but he backed down. I walked up to him, he stand his ground. It was like 2 foot apart, and he chickened out. Yeah, that was funny. I've got that somewhere. Let's see. Yeah, back to the fox.
A snake is about to attack this poor cat, but watch as this cat is about to surprise you. The snake gets dangerously closer to him, and we all know the speed these small creatures operate at. But take a good look at the cat. He's on a whole different level. The snake gets closer and closer, and the cat sees the danger. The snake stops moving for just a few moments in front of the cat's head and stays there for about 5 seconds as he stares deep into his eyes, preparing his attack. And just as quickly, he opens his mouth and starts rushing forward. But look at the cat in slow motion. He's even faster than the snake. He dodges the attack and even smacks him with his paw, but the snake doesn't give up. He stares at him as he's still down and strikes again, but once again the cat is just faster, and now the snake finally gives up. If you agree with the fact cats are the best, hit the subscribe button.
I don't know if that was a very dangerous snake. And, you know, Cocky's always funny, eh? This is probably 15, 20 years old, this bloke say. Got plenty of these ones around, these galahs. I've got
Feel the beat.
There's a big where the red is.
There you
Probably,
go.
Probably Queensland coffee.
You're the best.
Poor Cocky had to listen to that music. Anyway. You that motherfucker, no fuck the kid. I never got all the words in the song, but yeah. Here come Michael Jackson saying motherfucker. Well, that's what it sounds like to me. Let's see. Oh, I'm streaming right now on my backup channel I can't even get to. Cool Ball the Great was on. What else is there? Yeah, not much has happened, eh? Okay, I'll watch a bit of clown stuff.
Back. So we're here to talk about low IQ individuals and their bad behavior, stealing food purely to post on TikTok for views. We've got others also just wasting food. We've also got an airport freak out, a rat, people stealing packages. It's a goddamn mess out there. And you will notice a similarity between many of the people involved in these videos. I don't know what that could be. Let me know in the comments. But as I always say, first up, you want to help me out, hit the like button and subscribe button as well. And if you do hit that subscribe button, make sure you hit all notifications because I'm struggling here. Do you have any other urologists I could talk to? Why? Because his name is Dr. Dick Chop. Maybe this woman here also used his services at some point in time. From Deep Throat to Deep State, an American journey. And speaking of rats, we've got this one here from a New York rats. It's homeless. It's muggings and also so it's pizza. Pizza is pretty good.
G'day.
Looks like a goddamn possum. How big is that thing?
No, they get that big in Sydney. And I haven't seen it.
And speaking of rodents,
swamp rats.
This person here. So this is the one who posted a video of themselves just going into a Walmart, not worrying about paying for it, not worrying about other customers. They had the goal to post this online. Hopefully the police can get involved.
Why do they think that's funny? And I don't get it. Fucking stupid fuckwits.
Thankfully, in the comments on this video, even this person's low IQ followers were calling them out, saying, one in particular said, "This makes us look bad," which it does.
Who wants to see someone eat with their mouth open for fucking... What a fucking animal.
There's nothing funny about this.
Well, animals eat better than that. Yeah. Forgot. Animals know how to eat properly.
Actually grow a brain and start acting like a respectable human being. I mean, this person was an adult and they're acting like that. And social media companies need to crack down on people doing stuff like this. Oh, we got this one here as well. So they missed their flight because they were late. And now they're furious, causing a scene because of their mistake.
Girl, I'm a military person. I don't start trouble with people.
I understand that, but it was already.
Can I please go on my break? I gotta go to work tomorrow.
Can't you make the plane don't come back?
You didn't even try to ask anybody, man. You sitting right here not doing nothing.
Send the plane back.
Fucking ask somebody first. Do that. Fuck you talk about. Go ask somebody on the fucking plane. Go ask somebody.
It's the same old story. We think that shouting enough will let them get their way. Some people give in. They just don't want to deal with it. But you have to put your foot down and say, no, we're not going to be doing that. We're not doing it. Your fault. You stuffed up. Deal with it. But let's go back to the supermarket here. Now, these people here are going to be intentionally spilling milk. You know, because this is apparently funny these days.
Oh, God.
Hilarious stuff. These kids really breaking new ground with their comedy these days. Like, what the hell's going on? You can't be this desperate for views that you're going to do this. It's pathetic. More bad behavior here. So here we have people who are stealing from porches, porch pirates, as they say.
What? Right in front of him, fuck. People
There's so much trash out there these days. You know, you got to keep your eyes open. Be prepared at any moment for one of these scumbags could try and do something to you. In a high trust society, you can leave snacks and quenches at the front of your porch and expect anyone who's a guest in the neighborhood to get their fair share.
Greedy pig.
Look at that. Like, no consideration for other people. Do I really need to take all that? Even though it's there, should I take that? Is it the right thing to do that? You get these people out there who weren't brought up right, who think that behaving like that is the way you do it. Now we've got this footage here from Richland County. You know, just based on the sounds, you'd think this is from like Afghanistan or some war zone. But it's not. Check this out.
We're in Gaza. Well, get the fuck out of there.
And you've got these takeover events, which are just, you know, completely out of hand, happening all the time.
They jump on cars, bro.
Like, not a brain between them. Yet, where are the police? Police nowhere to be found. Destroying cars in the middle of the street. No one gives a shit. Same thing here. This was at an auto zone in Century Boulevard. The same types of people from one of these takeovers just looting the store. Police nowhere to be found. It's like the BLM stuff all over again.
Yep.
But supposedly, according to Biden and his cronies, crime's at historic lows. I mean, never mind the fact that about 30% of the US doesn't report their crime stats to the FBI anymore since 2021. Never mind that. That has no impact, I'm sure. Same thing in London. The low IQs are out in force.
Waking Up Reds, people in London.
Revving their piece of shit Golf just to annoy people.
How do they get it to
It's
back?
low IQ. Well, let's have a look at them. Let's have a look at them. Ah, why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? And I think we'll finish it up there. Hope you're having a good day as always. And as I always say, get the low lives and the low IQs the fuck out of my house.
Really small. So tired. Didn't do much today, buddy. I didn't get up till 2:30. 3 o'clock. He's still tired. It's a worry. Oh well. Looks like I'm streaming alone here. I was told to go streaming, but person who told me to didn't turn up and rushed back to do it. And oh well, okay. What else can I show? Well, the Hunter Biden thing, eh? Oh, God, I mean, it's old news, but it's just come to the news lately. 25 years, they're saying, for the gun incident, not to do with the laptop at all. That hasn't even come into it. But, yeah, the careless gun incident where he's off his fucking dial on drugs and threatened to shoot himself, or his girlfriend dumped the gun in a dumpster outside a school and a homeless man found. It's like a comedy in a way. Let's see. I was watching this guy's vids. He just does sort of, shows different TikToks. I like some of them. Let's see.
To another episode with iTrack. Shout out to all the iTrack fam. As usual, I appreciate you guys for tapping in like you always do. If this is your first time here, what we like to do is take a look at the most interesting and creepy TikToks and kind of evaluate for ourselves whether these are fact or fake. If you haven't already, go ahead and smash that like button for me. Smash that subscribe button and go ahead and join the iTrack fam. And without any further ado, let's just jump into it.
Apparently, if you microwave tap water, then freeze it, discoloration in the water will be visible due to tap water containing something other than water. Would you drink this? This isn't right. After my Instacart order was delivered, I noticed something strange about the strawberries I received. This is wild. There's an urban legend online that claims if you leave Impossible meat unrefrigerated for 24 hours, something strange will happen. I can't confirm if this is due to this theory, but I was puzzled on why this color was present. Is this strange?
The cap was so blatant on that clip, if you didn't see it, you might need an optometrist.
Began last month. Horse DNA was found in burgers stocked by some supermarket chains, including Tesco, Iceland, and Lidl. Today, the beef saga has spread, affecting firms in the UK, Irish Republic, Poland, and France. And it's not just burgers under scrutiny. Simon helps Mum make an important decision. Today, the Food Standards Agency ordered all British companies to test all processed beef products after Findus became the latest casualty. Lasagna was found to have up to 100% horse meat. The FSA has ordered Findus to test for the veterinary drug phenylbutazone. Horses treated with this are not supposed to enter the food chain. It's highly toxic to human health. Keeping checks on the medical and life history of a horse and where it ends up should be recorded in its passport.
Trained butcher, we would know what if it wasn't beef, we'd know it was pork or lamb or beef. We would know if it was a horse. To an untrained eye, I mean, the people that work in these factories, they'll be opening a box where the meat's already chopped up into little bits and pieces. It's probably got 90% or 70% visual lean beef on the box. You wouldn't be able to tell.
Processed beef products may be off the menu, but there is a fear that as we lift the lid off the food industry, we may discover more than we bargained for.
I mean, would you go from eating cow meat to horse meat? I mean, there shouldn't be too much different because
no, they only did that in the most desperate times of World War I and II.
I don't know why.
None of us will have a job. There will be, but in that benign scenario, there will be universal high income. Not universal basic income, universal high income. There will be no shortage of goods or services. And And I think the benign scenario is the most likely scenario, probably, I don't know, 80% likely, if you ask, in my opinion. The question will not be one of lacking goods or services. You'll have, everyone will have access to as much in the way of goods and services as they would like. The question will really be one of meaning.
Impossible burgers.
If the computer can do, and the robots can do everything better than you, then what does your life have meaning?
1980, a Japanese journalist filmed an iPhone, specifically an iPhone 13, and this video is resurfacing on the internet. It is creating an incredible buzz. So in fact, this show was filmed in 1980, and it was around Hiroshima. You know that in Hiroshima, there was a bomb in 1945. The entire city was deserted, obviously, because of the radiation. And actually, the show is about them going back to the place to see all the abandoned houses, the objects that were there, etc. And actually, at the time, the guy thinks it's a mirror because theoretically, the iPhone did not exist in 1980. And yet they did indeed find an iPhone 13. And that's the most worrying part, that no one can explain how in 1980, the journalist could have found an iPhone. And the guy is puzzled by the thing because he doesn't know what it is. He really thinks it's a mirror. So who can explain this glitch in the Matrix, please? I've checked the sources. It's really a video from 1980. You can look it up on the internet.
But nowadays, the deep fakes have gotten so good, I'm not sure if that's real or fake. But if you know something I don't, let me know.
Drinking Fiji water is no longer safe. They just recalled over 78,000 cases, which is about 2 million bottles in total. And the reason why is because they found manganese and bacteria inside of it. Excessive exposure to manganese can cause damage to your lungs, liver, and kidneys. And that's not even all, bro. This can also cause insomnia, depression, loss of appetite, weakness, headaches, muscle spasms. Bro, what are they trying to do to us? And I always felt like Fiji had a strange aftertaste. Leave a like if you know what I'm talking about.
The affected bottles were distributed in Washington state and sold nationwide online. Customers are advised not to drink the water and return it for a full refund.
So if you have a Fiji bottle, bro, go ahead and return that shit. And I recommend drinking Mountain Valley spring water. And if you can't get that, Evian for sure. But let me know in the comment section which water you drink. And hit follow because I'm dropping videos like this every single day. Love y'all, man. Stay conscious.
Priests would remove all of your internal organs if you died in ancient Egypt. Now, they would leave your heart, since they believed it was essential for the afterlife, but they'd store the other organs in jars. Then your body would be covered in salt for 40 days, which sucked out all of the moisture and prevented you from decaying. Afterwards, your body would be wrapped in layers of linen and sealed in resin, making you a mummy. Punching and kicking the eyes and gills can be an effective way to defend yourself during a shark attack. This can deter the shark from continuing its attack. Also, maintain strong eye contact as much as possible if you can, as this may cause the shark to lose interest. If it does lose interest, slowly and calmly back away towards safety, keeping your movements smooth to avoid splashing. You could save your poop and donate it to someone who has an infection in their intestines. Your sample would be screened to make sure that it has the helpful bacteria and that it's also free from contaminants. Then, through a colonoscopy, your poop would be delivered to another person's infected intestines. Your healthy poop will repopulate their gut with good bacteria, which fights the infection and restores balance.
I'm pretty sure the majority of people will not be staring down a shark if they were in that situation. You can't do anything but panic when you see a shark trying to tear you apart.
Happy birthday is witchcraft. Touch wood is an ancient magic ritual to summon the tree spirits. Turning the lights off and chanting happy birthday while blowing out candles and making a wish is a form of magic rituals. Black mirrors were used to contact spirits, and we use them every single day. They were called scrying mirrors. Scry became screen. When you are praying, you are trying to cast a spell to change reality with your words. The word abracadabra translates to I will create with my words. This is why we call it spelling. It's a spell. Birthday rituals are making you age quicker. When we say how old are you, we are tricking our subconscious mind that we are old. When you jinx something, this is a jinn, which is an invisible creature within the astral planes.
All right, you don't want to know how I acquired this? A real Freemasonic Bible. 1955.
Yeah, I know this.
Earth. The Earth was regarded as the universe itself.
every other body, the heavens, sun, moon, and stars being subsidiary to it. There seem traces of the idea that the world was a disk, bordered by the ocean and Jerusalem as its center. Heaven. The Jews divided heaven into three parts: the atmosphere, where the clouds gather, the firmament, in which sun, moon, and stars are fixed, and the upper heaven, the abode of God and his angels.
Look at this, baking a potato in the oven and it exploded all over my oven. Thank goodness I had a liner. Look, empty. Completely empty. Potatoes don't do this, guys. They're giving us fake food. Look at this.
I mean, there's something I've never seen in my life, and I think she's right. I don't think potatoes are supposed to do that.
No.
A camera films the TikToker zooming in on Google Maps on a tablet.
They're in the fuck out and they draw it.
The TikToker goes into Street View where we can see a vast field of trees. He turns the camera and all of a sudden we can see the enormous creature that's causing all the stir. The TikToker zooms in and we can make out what seems to be an extremely tall, hairy beast with an ape-like face looking directly into the camera.
One called Puck.
Okay, this is going to blow your mind. So yesterday, before I left the tunnel system, I saw a small exit. It was next to the larger cave that I came out of. There was a small exit to the side. I decided to put a trail cam there and just let it run overnight. And you are not going to fucking believe what it captured.
Oh, probably might. Hey, wait. Oh.
I don't know how I let the last part get me by surprise, but it did. Looked like one of those skinwalkers that we always see on my channel.
The more soft you become, the stronger you
We got up to the camera.
Because this is the principle of bend and survive. It's illustrated by the image of the pine tree and the willow. In the snow, the pine tree's trunk stands rigid, and the snow piles up and piles up and piles up. The branch doesn't give, and finally crack, and it's done for. But the willow, as soon as a little snow accumulates on the branch, down it goes. The snow falls off and the branch springs up again. So this isn't quite the idea of limpness. It's not softness in the sense of being just limp and flaccid, but of being springy, of having give.
You know what? That reminds me of that Bruce Lee quote when he said, you got to be like water. You know, water adjusts to every situation. When you put water in the cup, it just conforms with the cup.
Oh, being born again, for example, right? A lot of people think that's when you go and you're giving yourself to the Lord and you're getting baptized and all of that. But I really believe that it's about being here in this third dimension and figuring out what you did wrong and understanding where you made your mistakes, looking at those mistakes, analyzing them, learning from them, and learning how not to repeat those mistakes so you can become a better person. And every day our goal is to become a better person a little bit at a time, every single day, trying to work towards perfection. Not that we can become absolutely perfect. Maybe it's a possibility, but working towards that goal. But you'll see over time, those little tiny pieces of effort every single day, when you look back, you'll be able to say, wow, look where I came from a year ago, 2 weeks ago, a month ago, whatever it was. You can realize that I've grown consciously since then. I've been born again through my own spirit. I've actually learned from past mistakes. I've realized them. I've created changes in my life to make myself a better person, and I'm moving forward. And I believe that's the path that we're on. How long can it take before a certain number of people are able to realize this and move towards those different levels? I believe when a certain amount of people get to that level, it's going to spark a sustained golden age, which is the ultimate goal. I believe that is the ultimate test of the third dimension.
So now we have watermelons getting their skin peeled like stickers in the stores. And you know, there's so many things that's going on with our food, but especially the watermelon. And then we got, you know, these new seedless watermelons that just popped up a couple years ago. And if you don't have seeds, how did it grow? What are we eating? Then we have people coming out and talking about the flesh of the watermelon. This just leaves so many questions like, did y'all actually put a coat over the watermelon? Why is this my first time seeing a watermelon getting peeled like a fifth grader hand playing inside of glue? And no cap, over the past 3 years, I done seen more stuff about watermelon than I have any other food that's inside the stores. Which make you have to ask the question, what's going on with our food?
It's not even a proper watermelon.
Why is there watermelon shedding like snake skin? Before y'all put that food in y'all mouth, make sure y'all watching and observing y'all food. Y'all let me know y'all thoughts on what y'all think about this video in the comments though. Like and follow for more wisdom and stay tuned. Watch the food.
Oh my god.
This is the craziest thing I've ever seen.
It sounds like a girl is dying.
What in the heck? We bought like an acid ball watermelon.
Ew. It doesn't smell good. Oh my gosh.
That thing was fizzing and popping.
First it was the peanut M&Ms. Now it's the watermelon. I'm booking a one-way flight out of here.
The laws of power that I have, one of the things that's very important, I think it's 25, is recreate yourself. The moment people start know who you are, they create your identity. Oh, Robert Greene is this person who writes these dark Machiavellian manipulative books. Then I'm trapped. I'm trapped by their perception of me. And I always have to be like a little dog performing for them, right? And I don't want to fall into that trap. You have to recreate yourself. You have to use your personality and who you are as clay that you are molding. You're like an artist. And so you change yourself. For each person, it's different. So for me, it means I don't write 48 Laws of Power Part 2. I write now a book that's not like the 48 Laws of Power at all. For you, it's doing your podcast, but changing it up. Or maybe you do a different podcast, or maybe you go into a different career set. Maybe you become a CEO or an entrepreneur in a different direction.
The 48 Laws of Power and The Art of War are my top 5 favorite books, definitely.
A real estate investor is lucky to be alive after a dangerous encounter inside a home he was rehabbing.
I have never seen anything like this before.
This next story shows the possible dangers of investigating an abandoned house or building. Ekram Usaler and his team are checking out a home in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania for a possible investment opportunity. But it looks like whoever is squatting in the house does not want visitors.
Look at this wall track. Look, the wire, right, that goes up. Look at the nail over there. System. Oh my god. Dude, that'll kill somebody. Look what's there, the knife. Look at here, see the string?
Yeah,
that's a boot trap. See the string? So they put the broken glass over here. That's f***ing. This is glass right here. This is homicide. It's homicide up there. Come here. Let's drive out the bottom. What's that? You think? Yeah. What is it? What's that? Who? Look at that. Yo, that move right there. It's there. What's this house? This house ain't Look at that. That is insane. Yo, coming right to your head. He's got bodies. Look at this. Look at this. Yo, that's right in your No. Hold on. You need to stop more. You need to step over. Yo, that would have got you right in his neck. Oh my god, right in his head.
Luckily, one of the men notices the trap line in time, and no one.
Man, that definitely would have been RIP for somebody who wasn't paying attention.
Lawrence addresses the viral clip from Bad Boys 4 premiere, shutting down all rumors surrounding his health. After a clip from the Bad Boys premiere in LA blew up online, everyone was buzzing about his well-being. In this viral video, Martin and his Bad Boys 4 co-star Will Smith were up on a bus, hyping up the crowd. Will had to hold his hand to keep him steady seemingly, and fans were quick to notice that Martin wasn't bringing the same energy as his buddy Will. Naturally, social media went wild with speculation. Fast forward to Tuesday, Martin and Will hit up Hot 97's Ebro in the morning, and host Ebro Darden didn't waste any time getting to the point. He straight up asked Martin, "Anything you want to say to the fans who are worried about your health?" Martin, keeping it real as always, responded, "I'm fine. I'm in God's hands." He went on to say, "I'm blessed, you know? I'm just happy to wake up every day. I'm all good. No need for people to be concerned."
Quentin Tarantino, who's worth $120 million, says he's never given a single penny to his mother for one reason. Tarantino says that from a young age, his mother belittled his writing and admitted she never backed his ambitious dream, going on to recall how when he would get into trouble for writing screenplays at school, his mom would say, "This little writing career that you're doing, that's is over." And because of that, she would never see a penny from his success as revenge for her lack of belief. While his and his mother's relationship may be better now, Quentin decided to break his promise only once to help out his mother financially.
Now that teaches everybody a valuable lesson. When your kids are trying to move in the right direction, encourage it. Because the next thing you know, they get rich and you get nothing.
Can't even make this up. These fans just met Playboy Carti at Wireless, which is a famous festival location in London where celebrities like Playboy Carti fly in to do their shows. And these two fans managed to meet him, but it wasn't a normal interaction, which is why I'm making this video. You can see that they look scared and worried as his eyes were looking red. And overall, the whole thing was just disturbing looking. Check this out.
Carti at Wireless.
Also, did you notice that somebody was saying in the background, "Guys, be careful"?
It was safe for like. I don't know if y'all hear that. That mess behind me that I'm leaving. Something is not right with that. Jesus, in Jesus' name. I'm walking up and down through this Rolling Loud concert, crying and clutching my pearls because that sounds like some mess.
Anyway, so do you think something was going on with Carti? Let me know your thoughts on it.
But you can't just start saying I'm walking out of a concert when you know exactly who the artists are and you know exactly what time it is. Come on now.
What's going on?
Nah. Hang on. This is becoming too many times now. Like, there is something going on at rock concerts. Like, I've noticed it about the last year or so. People are seeing the weirdest things, experiencing weirdest shit at these big artist concerts. People come out of them. Like, which concert was it? I can't remember. One of those females, you know, it could have been Miley Cyrus or something. No one could remember the concert. They remember going in there, remember just before it started, and then blank. Yeah, I've seen videos where people coming out going, "I don't know why, but I just can't remember what I just saw," you know. And then there's another one where they had a blackout. And even one of the members of the band says, "I noticed people in the crowd, just certain people had red glowing eyes." And someone in the crowd actually filmed it. You could see just every now and then there's someone with red glowing eyes, you know, like 10% people there, maybe even 20. I mean, some spooky shit going on. And there was that other one. There's so many weird fucking things anyway. You know, them glitching out on stage for a start, but you know. Anyway. Moving on.
I'm here, y'all. But all I know is the earth is speaking to us, y'all. Look at all these albino squirrels. This is in Minnesota. It's like with the new bright white sun brought all these bright white animals in, y'all. Check this out, y'all. Look at this. So this is just a squirrel.
In our lives, seen a deer like that. How many people in this world can say they seen a deer that looks like that? Wow.
And then this type of deer, what kind of deer is this? I don't even know what kind of deer this is. Like, has anybody let us know? And then look at this one. There's an albino deer.
This is something you don't see or hear about very often. A couple driving last night near 12 Mile and Orchard Lake Roads in Farmington Hills spotted an albino deer. The deer was grazing near a parking lot. A woman who took the video said the deer looked malnourished. We have photos of the deer right now on our website at
Look at that, y'all.
Now that's definitely interesting. I've never seen any albino squirrels or albino deers or anything like that. But I mean, I guess that does happen in nature too. But there were a lot of albino squirrels. Now that isn't normal.
These are all dead jellyfish, you guys. What is going on? All of these. Look at this. This is so... It's so sad.
No, a lot of jellyfish.
This is so sad.
Go back some. What? Go back a little bit, then zoom in so they can see it. All on the Ring camera detection. Now watch this, the next one. What the hell? Pause it on that. Yo.
He lit up the whole street. Look how big this thing is.
Yo.
The internet is upset that stores like Whole Foods and Costco are selling fake fruits.
What is going on? We have watermelons skin their skin peeled like stickers.
It gets very tough and doesn't really break.
This is rubber.
Ari Osborne uploaded a video sharing her experience with the fake blueberries. She bought organic blueberries from Whole Foods, and when she threw the remaining blueberries in garbage disposal, she heard an odd sound. That's when she discovered the blueberry was rubber.
Something's stuck. So I go in the drain and there's a blueberry that's not breaking apart. I pick it up and why is there a rubber blueberry in my toddler's snack?
Stretchy. Everyone's like, oh, stretch it if it really is rubber.
While others shared buying this banana from Costco and called it fake. Other user bought this watermelon from Sam's Club. Some people think this is 3D printed food, similar to the 3D printed meat.
He's as big as your board.
Two guys paddleboarding can't believe their eyes.
We were both just like shocked, like, oh my God, look at the size of this thing.
Rick German and his friend spotted the bizarre looking creature just off the coast of Laguna Beach, California.
My buddy's board is 14 feet long. And I tell you what, it looks almost as big as the board.
So what the heck is it? It's called a sunfish and can weigh up to 2 tons. But don't be scared. Even though its flattened body gives it a monstrous appearance, it's actually a gentle giant. Weird sea creatures are popping up all along the California coast. Check out this alien-looking fish with a see-through head and glowing green eyes. It's a rare sighting of a barrel eye fish by a deep-sea remote-operated vehicle in Monterey Bay. And in the same deep waters, this reddish-purple sea creature is called a phantom jellyfish. Those tentacles are 33 feet long. It's only the 9th time ever that a phantom jellyfish has been caught on video. And some dead sea monsters are washing ashore. Look at the teeth on this thing. It's a rare Pacific football fish found in San Diego. And not far away, this 4-foot-long deep-sea cannibalistic lancet fish was spotted.
It kind of elicits this nightmarish feel.
James Stewart of the Aquarium of the Pacific says that while these creatures look scary,
I wouldn't really consider any of them really a problem for people.
we sure hope he's right.
That might be the biggest sunfish I've ever seen.
Number 3. The end of the world. Nostradamus was not only concerned with the fate of human affairs, he also had a vision of a cosmic disaster that would threaten the very existence of the Earth and its inhabitants. According to some interpreters, some of his quatrain predicts a comet or an asteroid will hit the Earth in 2030, causing a huge impact and a global catastrophe. It will be visible in the sky for a long time before it strikes, creating a spectacle of fear and awe. The impact will create a massive crater and a shock wave that will devastate the surrounding area. It will also trigger earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and landslides around the world. Millions of people will die or be injured by the direct or indirect effects of the collision. The impact will eject a large amount of dust and debris into the atmosphere, blocking the sunlight and creating a nuclear winter. This will lower the global temperature and reduce the rainfall, affecting the climate and the vegetation. Crops will fail, animals will starve, and diseases will spread. Famine, pestilence, and war will follow. The impact.
What? That's the exact words of Nostradamus, is it? Don't think so.
Impact will alter the orbit and the rotation of the Earth, changing the length of the day and the year and the position of the poles and the equator. This will affect the seasons, the tides.
But didn't Nostradamus still think the world was flat then? God.
And the magnetic field. The Earth's gravity and the Moon's influence will also change, affecting the stability and the habitability of the planet. The impact will also have a psychological and spiritual impact on humanity, as people will face the possibility of extinction and the meaning of life. Some will lose hope and faith, while others will find strength and courage. Some will seek salvation and redemption, while others will seek revenge and destruction. Some will cooperate and unite, while others will compete and fight. Nostradamus foresaw a cosmic disaster that would change the world and human destiny. He predicted that a comet or an asteroid would hit the Earth and that it would be a sign and a test for humanity. He also suggested that there might be a way to prevent or survive this catastrophe if people can decipher his clues and act accordingly.
I sure hope he was wrong about that. And at the same time, why would you leave clues about how to fix something like that or how to save humanity? Nobody's trying to solve riddles when it comes to mankind. I think we're all trying to keep this thing going.
The gateway process.
Yeah. Like, God says, you'll never let the world perish like he did with the flood. Never again. I mean, there's revelations about wormwood, that rock that hits the ocean, but don't know.
A term that might sound straight out of a science fiction novel or a conspiracy theory form. But it's far more real and intriguing than one might imagine. Imagine a world where you could transcend the confines of reality, travel through space and time with just the power of your consciousness.
Here we go, more speculation.
In 1983, Lieutenant Colonel Wayne McDonald submitted a groundbreaking report titled Analysis and Assessment of Gateway Process to U.S. Army Intelligence. This report was no ordinary military briefing. It detailed a revolutionary method for achieving out-of-body experiences, all in the pursuit of intelligence gathering. The gateway process isn't your typical military strategy. It's a mind-bending journey that involves participants projecting their consciousness beyond the constraints of our perceived reality. Developed by the Monroe Institute in the 1970s, this process combines brainwave synchronization techniques.
A lot of stuff they're doing, it's not actually science. It's more occult magic, I'm sure they're able to bloody tap in other dimensions, but the shit they're going to find in those dimensions ain't going to be nice. And it is weird how all these fish, deep sea fish, are coming up lately. I've seen that a lot in videos, Fishermen are finding a lot of those deep sea fish with the little torches on their head coming up. I'm not saying we're not into the disaster, but I never go by dates. 2030, fuck off.
With specific sound frequencies to induce altered states of consciousness. What exactly does the gateway process offer? According to McDonald's report, participants can potentially traverse the universe, visiting any location and time period imaginable. It challenges the very fabric of our understanding of reality. suggesting that our universe is but a construct of the mind. Delving deeper, the report explores holographic theory, proposing that the universe is a complex interplay of energy fields. It theorizes that human consciousness can transcend physical limitations and exchange information with other dimensions, potentially reshaping reality itself through a process known as patterning. But with great power comes great responsibility and risk. While proponents of the gateway process tout enhanced self-awareness, creativity, and clarity as potential benefits, there are darker shadows lurking in the depths. Reports of intense anxiety, depression, and even psychosis among participants serve as cautionary tales. Colonel MacDonald himself warned of encounters with non-friendly entities beyond the boundaries of time and space.
I don't doubt he didn't.
The missing page, 25 of the CIA's Gateway Report, later released by the Monroe Institute, only adds to the mystery and speculation surrounding the process.
Nope. Won't be doing any of that. Too much risk, not enough reward.
You're getting old if you remember these long-gone fast food specialties. Back in the 90s, you could get a McDonald's cheeseburger for just 29 cents. We'd buy 40 of them and stock up our fridge. There used to be ashtrays in every fast food restaurant. Fried apple pies used to burn the roof of my mouth every time, but that didn't stop them from being delicious. Old McDonald's designs were absolute art. Today's kids have never seen it, let alone the playgrounds outside. They have no idea about the fun of the hamburger jail. Wendy's used to be yellow, and that was when it was at its best. Taco Bell's little houses and their nostalgic interiors always bring back memories. They had deals for 59 cents, 79 cents, and 99 cents. I remember they also had a coin drop game, and I tried many times to win a burger. The old Burger King look. I still remember their crown-shaped nuggets. And the old Subway restaurant wallpaper could look like this. Do you remember these?
Now, I don't remember any of that, but that looks like that might have been the right time.
I do, because I was painting McDonald's all through the 80s, so, yep, I had to use a lot of bright fucking colours, you know, red, orange, green, blue, yellow. I painted the playgrounds and, every part of McDonald's. And look at them now. This is what I've been saying for, the last 5 years. Look how they changed all the shops, all the fast foods, money, the hardwares. It's all grey. McDonald's is grey colour scheme. Hungry Jack's across the road's grey. Everything's grey. Kentucky Fried Chicken's grey. They have a little bit of red, whatever colour theme, you'll see the yellow outside the fucking. But yeah, it's all going grey now. I know exactly what that guy doing the TikTok was saying.
Time to be alive. I don't know. Well, you guys, that's another one in the books. I appreciate you guys for stopping by like you always do and watching another one with me. If you haven't already, go ahead and smash that like button for me. Smash that subscribe button and join the iTrack fam. And I'll definitely catch you on the next one.
Yeah. I don't mind that channel. It's just lots of clips. And some are interesting. And some aren't. I don't know. But Gordon had turned up, but I think he eventually carked it because Gordon was on Eric's show at about 2 o'clock. Yeah, what time? I got up about 1:45 p.m. today, and I would have missed Eric's stream, and then I saw it still going, and Gordon just turned up on it, and it was a long stream for Eric because he had to bury his dog today. Poor old Dingo died. He had a seizure. And his dog of 14 years, so he's very devastated. And I feel for him. I know what that feels like. he dug a 5 foot deep hole. It's weird. I was talking about that to someone the other day. As long as there's puck. So anyway, I was saying, a grave for a dog should always be at least 5 foot deep because animals digging them up and shit. I've never had a dog dug up. I've always dug it deep enough. And Eric said he dug it 5 foot deep. He had a mate helping him. I've had to bury my own dogs the last few times, but I've had a few times friends helping. It's not I regret the day when it happens to Bruni. He's slowing down. Yeah, so I'm thinking of Eric. He's still young enough to get another dog, but not that anything can replace the dog he lost, but that's sad. I mean, it's fucking devastating, really, when it happens, but they're our best friends, our best mates. So, Gordon was meant to come on, and he didn't. He taught me in a stream, and I wasn't even going to do it. But it was on strike Dominic main channel, so 2 weeks. Like from a video I did 2 weeks ago, it's like they're really taking their time in strike. Like they used to strike you within minutes of your video finishing, and now they'll wait. They try to trick you so you'll get daring and you might do something going, oh, well, I've only got 1 strike. So then suddenly you'll have 3 strikes without even, because they'll send you a late strike. This is what they're trying to take people's channels down, like left, right, and centre. Cutting their own throats, these fuckers in YouTube. But what else is there? Oh, let's look at some freaks, eh? Come on.
Did you know that queer and trans people actually experience time completely differently to cishet people? It's a concept called queer temporality. And it basically has to do with the fact that historically, as queer and trans people, our lives have started much later and for a whole bunch of reasons ended earlier.
Derek, did you know that trans people experience time differently than normal? I mean, straight people, yeah. Like they're feeling time in a temporal. Anyway, this is silly.
Than our cishet counterparts. So as a result, our experience of time is compressed. It also has to do with the fact that those milestones that we've been socialized to use to mark the passage of time, so things like marriage or having children or, working, retiring, inheritance, things like that, haven't been accessible to.
Now, if that's a trans person, right? I mean, all I'm seeing here is a woman. I mean, it doesn't sound like a guy's transition. So I'm guessing that this is a woman in real life. Like, and say she's identifying as, she's just identifying as a trans person, even though she's just a woman. And I don't know. If she's trying to be a guy, she's not doing a good job of it.
To us. And that linear timeline has a name, heterochronology. And as queer and trans people, our experience of time often sits outside that. Basically, it's super interesting, and I'm going to be unpacking it more this week on the podcast. So listen in wherever you like to do that.
What the hell did you just say?
Did you know that queer and trans people actually experience time completely differently to cishet people?
That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. Right. Okay?
Return of the Sith.
Now, I just have one thing to say real quick to that young lady we just heard from in the first clip who identifies as queer. And I'm still not quite sure exactly what that means nowadays, but that's neither here nor there. We all have the same
I don't know this
24 hours in a
first
day.
time I played this
It's
chap.
up to each individual to decide what they want to do with that 24 hours. That's the thing. The passage of time can't be racist or sexist or homophobic or transphobic. It's just the passage of time.
So I've never
Anyway,
given
welcome
a
back.
Pakistan
Thank you
one to
guys
dress
so
up
much
like
for
that. I don't
joining me.
care.
So I have a fairly quick and very crazy clown world update for you guys today. And as usual, we just don't have
Sort of
any time to
make it
waste.
to a
So
political fucking
let's get into it. Now, if you place your attention on the screen for a moment,
competitive thing
so this
where
rather rotund
rest
individual
is
is Barbara. Now, Barbara, I'm sure you all guessed it, is a biological man that identifies as a trans woman and calls himself a transbian or trans lesbian. Now, Barbara is another one of these fellas that puts on some lipstick, a little rouge, and a woman's blouse, and voila, still not a woman.
someone's so happy.
That guy's got a
You
serious
know,
weight
anyone?
problem. Go home, start exercising.
All right, let's keep it moving with this clip that is currently going viral on the interwebs of several celebrities who suffer from TDS, also known as Trump derangement syndrome. Now, apparently, this clip is like 3 or 4 years old, but I don't remember seeing it. So if you've seen it already, I do apologize. We're going to check it out. Now, this is what selling your soul looks like. Roll it.
You have an obligation
to be a part of that decision. You might think it's not important. You might think you're not important.
No, we've had
That's
that
not
like
true.
this.
And the only way we can prove that to you is by having lots of famous people. Lots of famous people.
lots and lots of famous people. Just a shit ton of famous people.
But you only get this many famous people together if the issue is one that truly matters to all of us.
A disease or
Ecological crisis or a racist, abusive coward who could permanently damage the fabric of our society.
Do the math. Do we really want to give nuclear weapons to a man whose signature move is firing?
Firing things?
I thought we were pretty right with nukes.
But we can end this nightmare before it begins.
We can save the day.
For our children.
For our children.
For our children.
Oh,
For our communities.
for our communities.
For our communities.
For America.
For America.
For
For
children.
America.
All it takes is all of us.
All of us.
All of us.
We cannot pretend
We're in
both
it
sides
all.
are
We're all
equally
in this
unfavorable.
together.
We can't say one vote doesn't matter.
Your vote matters.
Your vote matters. It affects everything.
Not just the presidency, but the Senate,
The House.
your local officials.
Oh, a cringe fucking ass.
Student debt. Common sense gun
We're getting just as
laws.
bad here, don't worry.
Court.
See, this isn't just an election, it's a tipping point.
For the country.
For the world.
For your world.
And there seems to be no sign of intelligent life anywhere.
All right, next up we have these two ladies who do a podcast together, and I can't remember what the podcast is called, but I'm guessing they are both divorced and probably avid watchers of The View. Big fans of Joy Behar and Whoopi Goldberg, I'm guessing. Anyway, they say that they can't imagine anything worse on the planet than wearing MAGA gear. Roll it.
Can't imagine anything worse on the planet than wearing MAGA shit. No, I can't either. Like, you couldn't catch me dead in a MAGA outfit. If my choice was to walk from this office to the supermarket, I would rather be butt naked than wearing anything MAGA. I don't care if it was like the top of the line MAGA merch. I would walk naked and get arrested and put in a straitjacket and go to the insane asylum before I would wear that MAGA bullshit, because you know what it announces? That you're stupid. That you're stupid, that you're racist, that you're homophobic, and that you have a small penis. All in one outfit.
The person wearing a MAGA hat has a small car.
What did you say? What the did you just say?
I would walk naked and get arrested and put in a straitjacket and go to the insane asylum.
She's fit for a straitjacket. This broad's 3 ways towards the weekend.
All right, next up we have this lovely young lady who sounds like she recently graduated from one of these big liberal arts universities, and she says all this gender binary stuff we're seeing is the opposite of a trend. Really? Roll it.
Number one, the gender binary is a white colonialist construct, and non-binary identities actually predate binary genders. It's the opposite of a trend. Number 2, our community owes a debt of gratitude to trans women of color, so racism and transphobia have no place in it. And third, remember that being queer does not exempt us from examining our privilege. Queer people of color have long been pushed into the margins by the white members of our community, so it's essential that we center, uplift, and amplify their voices.
You get whacker on me. What the fuck are we talking about here?
So this next clip might get some of you ladies out there a little hot under the collar, but this fella says it's easy being a woman. Now, I wish I could say this guy was trolling, but so far as I can tell, he's being dead serious. Roll it.
Us women have the easiest job of all times. We have the simplest life. All we got to do is look pretty, clean house, cook. I mean, what else is there to do? I mean, us women, it's easy to be a woman. Make sure we got some makeup on, something sexy when our significant other gets home. That is the most easiest thing. Make sure our significant other gets something to eat. I mean, it's easy being a woman. So easy.
Are you f***ing retarded? What the hell's the matter with you?
So it's easy to say that it's easy being a woman when you're not one. Anyway, next up. So this fella says if you use the term, hey guys, you're not being inclusive. Roll it.
I told you that saying hey guys to a group of people, including women, is not inclusive, even if you think that it isn't harmful. Let's honestly talk about it. Listen, cuties, I wasn't born yesterday. I know how commonly used hey guys is. It's like a slang term that really defines an entire generation of people. I literally used to open up every single one of my videos saying it. But referring to everyone as men just feeds into these misogynistic systems of oppression that only men can hold power and authority in our society. And I don't know about you, but that feels gross to me. It also isn't inclusive to the diverse gender identities that we celebrate in this world. Simply switching hey guys to hey everyone is a really great way to address a group of people in a more inclusive way. Thanks for learning.
There's one thing this guy's forgot to do, right? He's forgot to put that hair in a bun, you know? I mean, God, where are the real men anymore? Anyway, there. Right, for a start, women use the word hey guys to a bunch of people just as much as guys say it. Every girl I know says hey guys. And it's like, what the fuck planet is this idiot on? It's a term men and women use to each other amongst their chick friends, you know. Oh, get fucked up. This is a guy who's been, he's totally cucked.
Learning something new with me today, cuties.
Get a haircut, hippie.
All right, next up we have this very quick clip of this lovely young lady whom we've seen here on the channel a few times before. Somebody commented on her TikTok, what is this, a scary movie? Her response is, rolling.
Oh no. No, 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 silly.
What the f was that?
Hey, real quick,
what the hell's this?
Real quick, we don't have any sponsors for today's video, so I'm going to shout out my wife's Etsy store, and the reason being is she's got some fantastic stuff on her website, stuff I use every day, and I swear by it. So it's Red Clover Fields on Etsy. If you're looking to get away from Big Pharma and looking for some more natural remedies, definitely go peruse her store. I will put a link to that in the description box below, and the reviews speak for themselves. So once again, that's Red Clover Fields on Etsy. Now, if you'd like to sponsor the next video and help support the channel, there is a PayPal link in the description box below, and I will say your full name as a sponsor of said video unless stated otherwise by you. Ugh.
Those teeth are very scary.
Man, that's gross.
Now, since we've been seeing a lot of tattoos and body modifications, or body mods, as the cool kids say, I saw this picture making its rounds on the interwebs and figured I would share it with you guys. And I think this one may be the most extreme one we've seen so far. Look at her teeth.
A lot of money put into that. Fuck.
Why? Why would you do that to yourself?
All right, next up we have this young lady who seems to be just a blatant racist. I mean, she says she doesn't like sharing the road with them, and by them, white people. Oh,
I live in Texas and I do not like sharing the road with them. And you know exactly who I mean when I say them. Their privilege is loud and clear, even on the roadways, even on the highways. You can be in a 40-mile-per-hour zone in Texas, and they expect you to go 80 because they can get away with it, because they know that the police officers aren't going to pull their asses over. Well,
You know, it'd be good to put a clip into this. Remember that old sci-fi movie, Them, with the giant ants, you know? The little girl goes, "It's them, them." They should just, this would be perfect to cut that clip in just there. It's them, them.
well, everybody doesn't have that privilege, baby. If you're that impatient behind me for actually following the speed limit, put your signal on and go around me.
She's so cool.
What did you say?
I live in Texas and I do not like sharing the road with them.
That's just self-centered and racist. You need to shut the f up.
Hey, where are the white women at?
all right, guys, we're going to be wrapping it up with this clip of Rosie O'Donnell on some podcast or talk show or something talking about parenting a non-binary child. Hey, at least she's not screaming about Donald Trump and Orange Man bad, but this is exactly how not to parent your children. You're supposed to guide them. You don't let them tell you what they're going to do. They're children. Anyway, things are clearly getting very crazy out there, guys, so please take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Till next time, I love you guys. Peace. Roll it.
Her original name was Dakota. And then about a little bit over a year ago, she said, "I'd like to change my name." And I said, "No kidding, why?" And she said, "Well, I feel as though Dakota is too much of a feminine name and it has a gender identity." First of all, I'm like, how did you talk like this? Like, you know, I'm a lesbian icon. She teaches me things every day that I had no idea about. And she said, I want a name that is gender neutral. I said, "Well, what kind of a name?" She said, "I was thinking about it and I'm thinking of Clay." The hardest thing to do was not call her baby girl.
Yeah.
Because that was my common way of, "Morning, baby girl," right? I would always say that. And she said to me about a year and a half ago, "I don't like that. I'm not a girl and I'm not a boy." I said, "Okay, I understand." What she wants and every kid wants is to be heard and seen. And when your child tells you who they are, believe them.
Say what?
I don't like that. I'm not a girl and I'm not a boy. I said, "Okay, I understand."
Heard it.
Boys have a penis, girls have a vagina.
And you ain't black.
Anyway, there you go. It's raining. It's raining outside. And it's kind of unusual. Rain, rain, rain. Yeah, Uriah Heep. That was a good song. What have you done to my son? Rain, rain, rain. Yeah, I want to hear that song. Gets your copyright, but maybe if I don't play it, if I don't show it, copyright. Where's my keyboard? So, that's a bit of a mismatch of shit. Drinking wine now. Beggars can't be choosers. There it is. really love this. I got this on vinyl. Yeah. It's a good album, The Magicians.
It's raining outside, but that's not unusual.
First time.
But the way that I'm feeling become unusual. I guess you could say the clouds are moving away from your days and into mine.
Yeah, this was the 70s, like 70s. They're a good band. Time. Right.
Now it's raining inside. It's kind of a shame.
And it is, it's raining inside. I got a towel there. It's just missing me. And it's raining inside here too. It's dropping. I've got a towel there on the table. Down the floor there. Because my skylight hatch leaks.
The world is yours, but I'm mine. Rain, rain, rain in my tears, measuring carefully my years. Shame, shame, shame,
says Darren Hinch.
See what you've done to my life. Rain, rain, rain in my tears, measuring carefully my years. Shame, shame, shame in my mind. See what you've done to my life. See what you've done to my life.
All the animals in the wildlife with your chemtrails, you bastard. Yes, in the food chain, that's for insane, insane. Insane in the food chain. Insane in the food chain. Yep. That's it. It's insane in the food chain. GMO. It's like a genetically altered hoe. See, I can rap. Frank Zappa teaches Steve Allen to play the bicycle. Okay. Yeah, let's see what Frank Zappa does. I like old stuff. Yeah. Shit, the fucking ass is vanished.
From Hollywood, it's the Steve Allen Show. From the Steve Allen Playhouse on Pine Street in the heart of Hollywood, we bring you 90 minutes of madness and
Maybe
melody.
Allen.
Guest stars Mel Torme,
Yelling
Smith, songwriter Sammy Fain, log roller Diane Ellison, music Frank Zappa, Don Fredder and his orchestra, yours truly, Johnny
Is that right? Hey! Oh, there's something on the TV. I think it was a pig.
Steve, we not only have the prettiest girls in the audience here at the Steve Allen Show, but also you'll have to admit some of the strangest musical instruments. And this gentleman plays perhaps the strangest of them all.
What a bunch
He plays
of
the
nerds.
bicycle, and his name is Frank Zappa. Thank you.
Never heard of it.
You actually play a bicycle?
Yeah.
Are you in the Musicians Union?
Oh, yeah, young Frank Zappa was.
Do you play any other musical
course.
instrument, anything more
That's
conventional,
young
perhaps?
ones on.
Guitar, vibes, bass, and drums.
Guitar, vibes, bass, drums, and bicycle.
Let's
Bicycle, no
mock him.
problem, from his bass to his
Become
drums to his
fucking
guitar.
famous one day.
How did you happen
More
to
famous
pick up your
than
first
you ever will.
bicycle? I mean,
I was discussing this before with some of the people backstage. I believe that a lot of the people have actually played bicycles from time to time. When they're young, they take a piece of cardboard and a clothespin and attach it to the...
Bicycles. We call them bicycles. Yeah, bicycles. But yeah, look at this is where Frank Zappa was sort of making his mark. Wow. And yeah, he had a lot of wise shit to say years later, didn't he? Fucking hell. He knew what was going on. He was part of the Laurel Canyon thing, though, wasn't he?
a rear wheel, and when it goes around, it makes that noise, and you're playing a bicycle then.
Oh, I see. You mean when they pretend they have a little motor and make it sound like a motorbike? Yes, we've all done that. Well, is that what you do? You make a motorbike noise? I see a couple of bikes over here. Perhaps we'd better go over and demonstrate and show them what you do.
Oh, God.
Frank Zappa, Z-A-P-P-A.
Terrible. You know, you had to
Well,
trip
here we
over
are,
that
and stereo
board.
bikes.
They nearly tripped Frank
I
over.
have a, what are these tools in your hands?
These pair of Louis Bellson style drumsticks and a bass bow that I borrowed from your bass man in the back.
Louis Bellson style drumsticks. Does Louis know what you're doing with them?
I don't think he'd approve very much.
How long have you been playing bike,
Oh.
Frank?
Steve Allen guy, I've never heard of
He probably was selling insurance or something, and he thought, what's something real jerky that'll get me on the Steve Allen show?
He's in the room, mate.
He's
He's right next to you, you're talking about it. You know.
You really only been playing 2 weeks?
Yes,
What do you do ordinarily besides this?
I'm a composer.
Ah, might we be familiar with any of your songs as yet?
What a condescending prick. Like, he just made a joke about him as if he's not even in the room. You know, that's the most condescending thing. Sorry, I'm just doing an analysis on TV hosts back in them days. Right now.
Well, you will be familiar with some of my songs as of next week. But I did the score for The World's Greatest Sinner.
And who might that be? Tommy Manville or who? Tell us about that.
That's the name of the film. It's the world's worst movie, and I did the music for it.
The World's Greatest Sinner?
Yes. It's a Tim Carey production, Frenzy Productions.
Frenzy Productions.
What are they laughing at?
They all are these days, the way things are going. But,
They shot at Mel Monte.
so they...
You get up there saying
Not my agent, Mel Monte, you know. That could happen to anybody. Who's in it?
Tim Carey and a cast of 1,000 people that he found down on Main Street someplace.
The World's Greatest Sinner. Does Tim play the title role?
to look that up.
Yes.
And you wrote the score for that. What instrumentation did you use?
Is that
3
Tim
harmonicas and
Carey?
a bicycle, or what?
Well,
Rocky Horror.
we had a 55-piece orchestra, and we had a very unusual reed section. We had
They couldn't read.
contrabass clarinet, 2 bassoons, 4 bassoons, 2 oboes, English horn, 4 flutes, and piccolo.
Like, what was that? He couldn't read, making a joke that his band member was retarded or something. What? Illiterate. And why would you even make fun of someone if they were illiterate? Like, what the fuck is this fucking buffoon called Steve Allen?
4 trumpets, 4 horns, and 4 trombones, and a tuba. And I forget, there's a bunch of...
A partridge in a pear tree. Well, it sounds like a
Oh,
very interesting
Frank's
inventory.
We recorded it in the Chaffee College Little Theater in Altaloma, California.
It was a runaway production then, wasn't it? Right down the line.
For 12 hours.
Well, we'll look forward to that.
Thank-
Now, as
thank
for
you.
the job of the moment, you want to play the New Departure Blues, or exactly what are you going to play on us here? I'll just let you show us what happens.
The first thing that I should do is demonstrate to you the different types of sounds that you can get from a bicycle, because it actually does make some very interesting sounds. And of course, that's what we're all interested in.
There's new sounds, yes. Like,
Oh, what the what's that? Jackson?
That's one of the sounds that you can get.
yes. Oh, you have a microphone down there, I see.
Well, I'll need this microphone to pick up the next sound. It's you have to hold it right there.
All right.
Yeah, hold right here.
Hold right here. Hello? I'm sorry, you'll have to leave a message. He's not here right now. That's pretty good. Oh, there's a hole in these things, isn't there? Were you just whistling through there?
No,
what would happen if you tried?
blow air.
You just blow air, and did it whistle? Can I blow air and little whistle?
Blow real easy.
Oh, you blow easy? Yeah, man. All right, hold it. One more time.
Give that man a line of coke. You've had too much to take that food. Ellen.
That concludes my arrangement of on a bicycle. When you get home tonight, friends, try this on your own bicycle. When you don't have a lot of wiseacres around. What else?
Well, the next thing that I'd like to demonstrate is some of the other noises possible, and then I'd like to have you participate with me in a small improvisation for 2 bicycles, pre-recorded tape, and instrumental ensemble.
Crazy.
Okay, now here's what else you can do. You can pluck the spokes like a harp.
Sounds like the Kyoto of Japan. I can play my nose. Really, do that again. I mean that other thing.
And then, as I was demonstrating before, you can run the sticks over the spokes in a rapid motion. This produces the...
That spoke
similar-
stick.
Yeah, it's similar to the effect of the cardboard in the clothespin.
Then you try to have a sense of condensation. This
Like the steel drums of Jamaica and
Illuminati, Mason.
Trinidad.
You can also bang on the frame, and if you're lucky enough to have a bicycle that has a squeaking seat, you can squeak the seat up.
Lucky enough to have an exploding handlebar, you can explode the handlebar. That premise is granted. There's no limit to what you can do.
Well, would you help me with this, please?
I'll be glad to accompany you. Looks rather uncomfortable to sit on, I must say.
There's a different technique for the upside down bicycle.
Oh.
First thing you do is you put the kickstand down, and you
Glad
can,
to hear that.
you can turn the wheels around, you know, and then
Yeah,
and then you can put the brakes on.
yeah.
And
Where it says 4-bar rest, you just give it a little of that.
and I'll have you put the bow on here. So you go like that. You take this, please. And
That's like fingernails on the blackboard. Is
now, this may be a little bit new to you, but I think that
It doesn't come up in the ordinary conversation.
well, I I should suggest that you alternate between bowing and plucking.
An Aerojet. Those are two air plants here in the neighborhood.
You should bow it and pluck it, and if you can scratch across the bow.
That can't be real. It must be canned laughter. They probably don't even do it in front of a live audience back then. That's definitely canned laughter. It's just fucking horrible. I mean, why'd Frank Zappa ever go on this show? Well, he was young, I guess. It would have been his wake-up call to how fucked this programming TV fucking night shows were. Yes.
Mary had a little lamb. Please, well, this part of it was white as snow. And everywhere that no, this part of it, he told me to recite a poem while this was going on. Boy stood on the burning deck. Ruth rode on my cycle car on a seat in back of me. I took a bump at 95 and rode on ruthlessly. That's the end. That's 32 bars. We're playing like we went to 32 bars tonight, you know? Well, Mr. Zappa? I must say that I'm always in favor of enlarging the horizons, at least in peering anxiously beyond the horizons of any field of human endeavor or interest. And therefore, I congratulate you on your farsightedness. And as for your music, don't ever do it around here again. No, seriously, it was a very amusing and entertaining and stimulating experiment. Is there anything you'd like to say in closing?
Yes, I would. Next week, his record is being released called How's Your Bird?
Really?
Yes, I brought a dub of it over here. I don't think you've heard it yet. And it's, go and buy it. It's wonderful.
Crazy.
It's got everything but a bicycle in it.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Zappa. Thank you. You know, that music sounds a little bit like the music that a very gifted... Thought I sat on the pie there for a minute. Woo, that was a close one, folks. You could have had me that time. I wasn't looking for you. You did. No, Alwyn Nikolai is his name, a very gifted choreographer. I'll go to that mic. Very gifted choreographer. We used to use him on the show when we were on Sunday evenings. And he does his own music. I guess music is the best word they can find for it. And it sounds very much like that. He plays tin cans backwards and records them at strange tape speeds. And then to this strange conglomeration of sounds, he creates dances, choreography. And he's really a genius in his particular field. I guess we must have to let somebody around the country talk right now. Another Sammy Fain song will be performed for you in just a moment. Great song, Secret Love, will be sung by Jenny Smith. And then after that, we'll be getting Sammy out. And we have a few other surprises, I guess, even to me. Hurry right back.
Oh, what a fucked back band. God. Is that the shit that I was listening to back then? And God, no wonder Alfred Hitchcock was so sarcastic about. He used to Hey, dads. Just that high signal fucking thing. God, I haven't had that for a week. Alright. Oh. That one almost hurt. It's so high. No, it's the chemtrails. I mean, the fucking cell tower, man. Constantly got that ring in the head, but then it just suddenly goes up higher and higher until you feel like you got to equalise it. That's the only one gets that shit. And yeah, the guy next door's got the same fucking polyps in the guts as me. That's not me. I'm thinking it must be a cell tower. Fuck, I've got to shift. Damn it. Tyrani's coming down soon with a baby. Visit and look after me when I get an operation soon. And unless I build it. We had some building built that was like a Faraday. There's no way signals could get in and shit, but right, okay, let's have comedy. That was a mess. That, I mean, how could people watch that show back then? Oh, it's as bad as this fucker, you know.
Watch Kenneth Copeland mock Jesus and then watch this pastor respond.
You have exactly the same spiritual DNA as Jesus. Glory to God. Hallelujah. You are a twin to the master himself.
Test the spirits. Spirits meaning persons. It is critical because Satan exists and because demons exist and because they operate a kingdom of lies that dominates the world. Satan is the god of this world, the prince of the power of the air, the ruler of spiritual darkness in heavenly places, and he has been allowed to run loose in this world, going about as a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour. He and his agents are disguised as angels of light, according to the Apostle Paul in his letter to the Corinthians. And we should not be surprised that Satan operates 99% of the time in false religion, in lies and deception.
Subscribe for more videos like this. Watch Kenneth Copeland mock Jesus and then watch this pastor respond.
You have
I've been preaching against that guy for fucking since I knew he existed. A mate of mine I worked with for 10 years, he became a pastor of one of them, you know, Pentecostal churches. And oh yeah, his old church used to be fanatics on Kenneth Copeland and Benny Hinn. And they followed Kenneth Hagar and all these older ones that were they're cults. You know, if you don't speak in tongues, you're going to hell. And pushing idiots down. I did go to his church, you know, years later when he stopped painting and become pastor of this big church, Melbourne, and yeah, he become unapproachable in the end. He just thought he was so fucking too holy for everyone, and maybe I was a bit embarrassed of all the shit I knew about him. Like, just, you know, he's passed, and you know, everyone probably thought he was a fucking saint. Could have told everyone, you know, hey, like at those weddings, you know, have a roast or something. Anyway, yeah, I challenged these pastors. Oh, fuck yeah. Anyway, fuck these fucking evil satanic aeroplane creatures. Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to show you. What was it? Who knows out there barking at the cat? They can outrun him, so that they never get that worried, you know. But, what was I going to show? I just remembered something that I watched today. I think was it yesterday. It was on Shorts, actually. Yes, there it is. Oh, that's right. PK Truth, yeah. I've got a video of him doing this sort of shipment. And Dan Andrews and Jacinda Ardern, but I don't know where it is.
Or largest.
Right. Here's Zelensky, that guy who got given a lot of money, you know. Here he is. He should have been a dog.
Donor of military equipment to Ukraine, and we said that we would match or exceed that amount, almost 2.5 conversations, which is why we've provided it on, but also those long range.
Bring to anything good.
Phase of the battle, and that's a very productive conversation that we're having today as well.
Cocaine in the Ukraine.
Or largest donor of military equipment to Ukraine, and we said that we would match or exceed that amount, almost 2.5 conversations, which is why we've provided it on, but also those long range.
Bring to anything good.
Phase of the battle, and that's a very productive conversation that or largest donor of military equipment to Ukraine, and we said that we would match or exceed that amount.
How do you get him out? Windshield?
Yep.
Bust it, baby. Be careful, be careful. Ivy, video.
It's not an easy job. Get that person out. Back away from the windscreen.
Hey, call 911, Ivy. How do you get him out? Windshield?
I hate these ones where you never know what happened.
People don't know how to raise children. When my kid came to me and he said, Daddy, a wheel came off my toy car, and he gave it to me. And I said, so it did, and I threw it in the garbage. I went back to my magazine. Then I watched that lower lip guard off. Then he started crying. I said, what's the matter? He said, you throw it away. I said, I'll get you baby toys where the wheels don't come off. He said, well, maybe I can fix it. So I gave it to him again. And he's sitting on the couch, and he gets it together. In just a minute or two, gets it together. Then you pick one. How did you do that? It's wonderful. He says, I'm not that little. But how did you do it? See the hole in the wheel, yes. See the piece of iron sticking up? I put the hole on and pushed it. I said, that's wonderful. But if you say, here, let Daddy do it, let Mommy do it, you produce a blob. You know what that means?
Yeah.
You solve all your kids' problems. You have to put things upon them. People don't know how to raise children.
Nah, it's so good. Yeah, you got to let them problem solve, you know, otherwise they're going to be useless, you know. Fucking hell. You know, I used to had to make my own, we call them billy carts, you know. Oh, that's good. Seen a few good ones like that. Good advice. Listen to the old people. I don't know what else is. Not in a Japanese billboard. Sorry.
Let's be honest for a second. I could never sleep with this heatless curler sponge on my head, but this may just save my life. I usually sleep on my side, so
yeah.
You need to watch this video. Many of you have heard about the school shooting that happened in Nashville, Tennessee, a short time back.
And there were two things that happened that has not been in the news. One is when the shooter drove up to the property and got out of the parking lot, the shooter was right beside the playground. There were 50 kids on the playground. They could have opened up with that automatic weapon and killed 50 kids and not even had to break in a door. But apparently they didn't see the kids. Later that day, some of those kindergartners went home to their parents and said, "Mommy, Daddy, there was a golden dome over the playground today, and we saw angels." God hid them from view with a golden dome that the shooter couldn't see through.
If you believe in the angels of God type, I believe in angels in the comments and follow right now. You need to watch this video.
Many of you have heard about the school shooting that happened.
No, I wouldn't. I reckon that shit happens. Sure.
This woke individual accidentally made an amazing ad for Trump.
And here are the first 15 promises he has made if he is reelected. First, he promises that he will carry out the largest domestic deportation operation in history. He will also ask for the death sentence for anyone convicted of human trafficking. He will close the Department of Education and return all education standards to the states to decide. He will put prayer back into school, and he will criminalize any race-based advantage programs. He will ban gender-affirming care for adults and children, and he will ban any federal dollars from going towards gender-affirming care. He will propose a constitutional amendment that gives a term limit to Congress. He will deploy the Department of Justice to investigate the Biden crime family and any of his adversaries or political rivals. He will immediately pardon all of the January 6thers, and he will create a task force to investigate anyone who arrested, charged, or imprisoned a January 6er. Deploy the National Guard to patrol woke cities.
Sounds pretty amazing to me. Make sure you leave a like on this video and you follow or subscribe for more daily news. This woke individual accidentally made.
All right, so this person says, "Who wants to tell him?" Obviously referring to the fact that my daughter has a darker skin tone than I do.
Oh my God, she does too.
They're absolutely crazy. I probably have some black ancestors along the way somewhere, which is most likely why she came out a little bit darker than me. I don't know, babe. What do you think? All right, so this person says,
I do that. I can almost see how this joke is going.
My daughter has a darker skin tone than I do. See, that's the thing with genes is they are absolutely crazy. I probably have some black ancestors along the way somewhere, which is most likely why she came out a little bit darker than me. I don't know, babe. What do you think? All right, so this person
looks
says,
like she's got to hit him. God, cats have an attitude sometimes. No fear. I'm still angry, but I like this milk. Oh God, it's pissing down there.
This guy shows he's an absolute professional with this machine. He's using it to clean the grown-out grass off the road, but it's not just his precision, it's also the way he gets the job done with essentially no wasted movement. He then works on perfectly cleaning up the ditch, but the best part is that he didn't shut down the road for 3 years just to get this done. This guy shows he's an absolute...
I wish for him to have a long, suffering, cruel death.
He's gonna go to hell, and that's where he belongs.
Mr. Ridgway, there are people here that hate you. I'm not one of them. You've made it difficult to live up to what I believe, and that is what God says to do, and that's to forgive. You are forgiven, sir.
I wish for him to have a long, suffering.
The guy spent a fortune to buy a calf as a pet, only to discover he had bought a demon king of a bull as it grew up. As a calf, it looked very cute, and the guy adored it. He dressed the little one up every day. Under his care, it became more and more lively, sticking to the guy all the time, even sleeping together. The cuter it was as a calf, the more majestic it became as it grew up. Unexpectedly, the tiny calf grew up to become the guy's mount. Its size became enormous, but it remained just as affectionate. The guy had to pet it every day. In front of him, it was always a well-behaved baby bull. The guy spent a...
I'm in Petoskey, Michigan, and I think I've just found a Petoskey stone. Let's take a look. Here's the back, and nothing much on that side. Even though the fossilized coral pattern doesn't show up on the front of this one, the back of it looked good enough on the beach that I decided to try to grind through and get into the good stuff. The first wheel is 80 grit, and that's where most of the grinding takes place. You have to grind out any low spots or else the wheels can't get into them, and I like to grind out all the holes too. The second wheel is 220 grit, and then the third wheel is 280 grit, but it's soft, so it'll take out any flat spots that you might have put in the first couple wheels. The last three wheels are 600, 1200, and 3000 grit, and they just make the rock smoother and smoother as you go to finer grit, and therefore shinier and shinier. Here it is all done and dried off. This one doesn't have the contrast that I like to see in them, but it has some really good details if you look closely.
Beautiful.
I'm in Petoskey, Michigan, and I think I've just found a
like
Petoskey stone. Let's take a look. Here's the back, and
here it is all done and dried off. This one doesn't have the contrast that I like to see in them, but it has some really good details if you look closely.
Is it patents?
I'm in Petoskey.
Amazing.
Patrice, can I help you? Patrice, it's Dave Cam. Let me talk to Post Command right now. Okay, he's on another line. Right now, let me talk to Post Command. Hold on. Dave? Get everybody out here to my house now. Okay, all right. My wife and my kids are dead. Get everybody out here to my house. Go to Dave Cam's house now. Okay, David, we're good. We got people on the way, okay? Get everybody out here. Come here. Everything's going to be okay, all right? We're going to get people. Everything's not okay. Get everybody out here now. They're coming. Go to Dave Cam's house now. Okay, do you know what happened, David? No. They're dead. I just got home and played back. 45, 48.
Oh, listen. Get into that cowboy. I'll see this. Pretty adaptable. Oh,
are you going to pray or someone else is going to pray?
That was terrible. That's no.
Are you going to pray or someone else is going to pray?
That's animal cruelty. I had a cat who used to do that. So, Butch.
Here are the 3 rarest birds of prey.
Yeah.
What is the first word that comes to your mind when you look at me? The first word.
Satan. Because I fear I may have died and gone to hell. The second word that comes to my mind, though, is Friday, because that's when I'm dropping my brand new music video. Have a good one.
What is the first word that comes to your mind?
Duck's not taking nice shit. That's why they're angry at it. Must be inside.
I think I found a good one.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's really hard to see the pattern once these dry off, but by the time I get done polishing it, it should look wet even when it's dry. After the first wheel, if anything, it looks worse, but it'll get better. These first two wheels are hard, but starting with the third one, they all have a soft backing, so that'll take out any flat spots I might have put in the first couple of wheels. Well, that coral pattern's really starting to show up now. 3 more wheels to go. Can you believe it's going to get even better than that? Just 1 more to go. Gosh, I love Petoskey stones.
Petoskey stones, right?
Okay, so one funny thing that my dog has done since a puppy is copy my facial expressions. Watch this. It just never fails to crack me up. Every time, literally. Okay, so one funny thing.
This loose shale slab has a bulge in the very center. The lump is a nodule that hopefully contains a Jurassic fossil. The large slab has been exposed to the sea, making it rather soft when chiseled out. But since the nodule that hopefully contains an ammonite is quite fresh, it's very hard. The rock does have an ammonite fossil inside, but only the very edge has been exposed in the split, so I'll need to prepare it at home with my air tools. This loose shale slab has a bulge in the very center.
Look at this big old Cankridge bull coming in. This is a type of Zebu cattle that have unbelievable horns. Looks like something out of Hellboy. I mean, they are crazy cattle. So beautiful. Nature is insane. Love the duck. Look at this.
Most mysterious place in the Nevada desert is the bottomless pit known as Devil's Hole. Over 100 years ago, scientists attempted to measure its depth using a rope, but it kept breaking, as if someone unseen was biting through it. They could only determine that there's a lake at the bottom. In 1999, a decision was made to look down using a camera. As it descended, it revealed that at 262 feet, the walls expanded, and after 30 feet, they disappeared entirely. At a depth of 720 feet, the lights went out, and after another 33 feet, the camera started spinning and swaying as if caught in a whirlpool. When they began to lift it back up, the water suddenly illuminated with a blue glow. Despite all efforts, the depth of the underground lake remains unknown. Additionally, scientists can't comprehend the origin of eerie sounds periodically emitted by the rocks surrounding Devil's Hole. Most mysterious place in the Nevada desert is the bottomless pit known as Devil.
There might be something to it, but they just had to make up shit, hearing voices or something. But anyway, I might as well go, really. Just sitting here talking to yourself, watch what I'd probably normally watch anyway, but what else is there that's interesting? Bruno, what are you doing in the rain? I thought you'd come in. Is that Bruno? You still outside? What? Bruno, 7:26. Not on the bed, I can't see. No, it's definitely outside. What are you doing outside, Bruno? It's not running heavy. Let him get his exercise. He's been lying around a lot anyway. There's his fucking exercise. I don't know who's in the fucking chat. There's 3 people. I mean, in the watching. Oh, yeah, that water get up. Right, so what else can I show? Okay, what's this about?
I'm not taking the videos down. I told you, I've had advice that they're a pair of bozos. So they really are, the way they've handled this.
Isn't that right, Blue? Oi, you dog! What are you doing on my land?
That's one of my nephews.
This is native title. We've got exclusive use. No white fellas. Oh no, Bluey. Racial division.
Yes.
Robert Irwin has threatened to sue One Nation leader Pauline Hanson for defamation.
But don't worry about that, because we've got some of the funnest theme parks right here in the state of Queensland.
Conservationist claims he was mocked in the latest episode of Hanson's Please Explain cartoon series.
I'm Robert Irwin, and this is me best mate Bluey.
This isn't a video the wildlife warrior wants to be famous for. He had nothing to do with its production.
Be sure to check out the award criteria and terms and conditions there too.
Pokes fun at the Queensland government over its handling of health, youth crime and housing.
Oh, I fucking hate this clip.
And comes just weeks after the 2 beloved Queenslanders were unveiled as the faces of its new tourism campaign.
My mistake, Bluey.
Hanson says she can't see why Robert Irwin doesn't see the funny side.
Lighten up, Robert. You know, your father, Steve, he was a larrikin, he had a laugh and he could take the mickey out of himself, and yet you're complaining about this.
And one of the most amazing human beings on the planet. Someone I'm very, very honoured to call my dad.
Oh, give me a break. We're crocodile tears as far as I'm concerned. He's never had a real job.
I say it all the time, and I really feel so close to Dad when I'm in there feeding crocodiles and feeding the very same crocs that he did. You know, he pushed the limits when it came to crocs and made crocodiles cool. You know, they're these maligned, kind of misunderstood, scary animals, but he brought that to the world and showed how amazing they are. I rescued crocodiles that would have been, you know, destined to be killed out. And to continue that legacy is amazing.
Looking at the vision of you when you were a toddler, I mean, he got in all sorts of trouble for this stuff, but I mean, you could have so easily ended up a little snack.
And yet you're complaining about this.
His lawyers argue otherwise and are demanding the animation studio remove the video immediately, claiming defamation, deceptive use of a person's image, passing off and misleading and deceptive conduct, giving the studio until 5 p.m. on Monday
tick tock, the clock's ticking,
to cease and desist.
I'm not taking the videos down. I told you, I've had advice that the videos are not defamatory.
The animations are produced by Stepmate Studios for One Nation. They've produced 85 episodes over 3 seasons that aren't short of controversies.
Yeah. Are you permanently disabled? Congratulations! You now qualify for the NDIS.
Oh, gee. I'm sorry, I gotta go.
One episode 2 years ago depicting Penny Wong and Anthony Albanese
dressed like a woman. So if you hear your parents say that they're voting no, just call them.
White fellas! Oh no, Bluey! Racial division!
Yes.
Penny, can't you see I'm trying to brainwash over here? Why was that man dressed like a woman? Why was that woman dressed like a man?
Penny Wong and Anthony Albanese and hinting to voter fraud was flagged by the Australian Electoral Commission for misleading content.
Delete?
The truth. It was deleted by several social media companies.
A lot of people have been backwards to want to get in my cartoons.
The producers of Bluey have also been contacted for comment.
Doesn't look like Bluey, so they can't do anything there.
What's that going to do? Absolutely nothing.
Yep. Yeah, it's sad, but she's probably the only one I'd ever want to be Prime Minister of Australia. Jacinta Price, I reckon she should be up there too. There's a few of the Indigenous mob I'd love to see help run the country, Mundine and there's a couple of people out there, not many. Monica Schmidt. She's not a politician though. I mean, who'd want to be a fucking politician? I mean, it's, why would you want that? God. You're either going to have to toe the line or you're going to be fucking attacked all through your fucking terms. It's like some famous person said, whoever is in power should not be, and who should be in power does not want to be. So, what is Hotel California really about? Oh, God. Well, I could have told you that fucking back when it come out, really.
Since February 1977, rock fans have put forth countless ideas on what the lyrics to Eagles' Hotel California are really about, no two interpretations being exactly alike. This historical and mythical aspect of the song's legend couldn't have pleased anyone more than Eagles founder and frontman Glenn Frey, co-writer of the song himself.
Okay, before he goes on, I'll just say, well, it's pretty simple, yeah, it's about that club you can never leave, Once you join that club, there is no way out. Except, oh, well, you can leave and they'll kill you, but it's all about Satan owning your soul. And, I mean, they even had Anton LaVey in the fucking inside cover of the album. And I just hate this. I used to think it was just had a dark feel, stabbing the beast with their steely knives.
As he once described the lyrics as having achieved perfect ambiguity. Perhaps even that's an understatement, as theories of the song's meaning have ranged from music industry greed to the all-out condoning of Satan worship, and everything in between. What to believe? Well, fortunately we're not totally in the dark, as Glenn Frey and majority writer and vocalist on the track Don Henley have commented on the song's inspiration and meaning in many interviews. Lyrically, Don Henley once told Rolling Stone, the song deals with traditional or classical themes of conflict, darkness and light, good and evil, youth and age, the spiritual versus the secular. I guess you could say it's a song about loss of innocence. A little more specifics were provided in a later interview when Don said, it's about the music business. Well, at another time saying it was our interpretation into the high life in Los Angeles. As the years passed by since its release, Don inflated that meaning, claiming it was more of a symbolic piece about America in general. We'll keep these explanations in mind and revisit them as we dive into the lyrics themselves in a moment. But first we'll look at the thematic ideas which give the song its legendary personality. Before any words were written, the theme of haunting confusion seemed to jump out of the chord structure of the song's original instrumental demo, recorded and written by Don Felder, when Don Henley and Glenn Frey first heard it. And so Glenn suggested the song take the theme of an episode of The Twilight Zone. A lone guy, he would pitch, who was almost hypnotized by the monotony of driving in the desert in a seemingly endless journey. Dead tired, he sees the light of some refuge in the distance and pulls in for the night. This is when he enters a weird world peopled by freaky characters and is quickly spooked by the claustrophobic feeling of being caught in a disturbing web from which he may never escape. Don Henley loved the idea, the two of them viewing it through the lens of The Magus, a novel from 1965 in which the main character finds himself on a small, unfamiliar Greek island, trapped in a real-life psychological game controlled by a master trickster, one where the ability to tell the difference between what's real and what's illusion becomes nearly an impossibility. In this theme, the underlying message of the sparkling facade of decadent Hollywood hiding the evil underbelly it's truly made up of seemed to jump out at Don Henley. And so he began the tale. On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair, warm smell of colitas rising up through the air. Up ahead in the distance, I saw a shimmering light. My head grew heavy and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. Right off the bat, let's note that 3 senses have been described. The first being touch, as the cool wind blows through the hair of our innocent, naive protagonist. The second being smell, as the scent of the desert colita plants waft through the air.
Awesome.
And thirdly, sight, in the form of the shimmering light seen in the distance. This shimmering light, metaphorically representing the majestic glitz and glamour of Hollywood itself, seems to hypnotize our weary traveler. Upon first glance at it, his head suddenly grows heavy and his sight grows dim, and in this trance he is drawn towards it as a means of refuge, not unlike the countless and nameless millions of lost souls who view or have viewed Hollywood as a beacon of aspirational fulfillment, not least of which the members of Eagles themselves. Nobody was from California, Don Felder would explain about the band in a 2008 interview. And if you drive into LA at night, you can just see this glow on the horizon of lights, and the images start running through your head of Hollywood and all the dreams that you have. Don Henley described Hollywood as a mythical place in the minds of himself and his bandmates in the early days. And in the next verse, his protagonist reaches that place of shimmering light and is greeted by his host. There she stood in the doorway. I heard the mission bell, and I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven or this could be hell. Then she lit up a candle and she showed me the way. There were voices down the corridor. I thought I heard them say. Now, I'm sure we all know what the voices said, but before we get into that, we'll first dissect what we just heard. Hearing actually being a key aspect to note, as this is yet another sense that has now been mentioned, our 4th of 5. When our narrator is greeted at the door of the shimmering oasis in the desert, by a woman, of course, representing the sirens of La La Land, he hears a mission bell ring, and it makes him wonder if the place is going to be heaven or hell. Now, for those unaware, California has mission bells along its main highway that are used as mile markers, and some of the history behind them, dating back to the days of Spanish colonialism, is quite dark. As the story goes, when the Spanish began to colonize the southern west coast of what is now the United States, they set up small mission churches in the indigenous lands they seized, where they then enslaved the natives they conquered and forced them to live and work in the missions, with no hope of escape. While on the other hand, mission churches themselves in general are seen by many Catholics as literal houses of God. So then, depending on whose perspective you're looking from, they could be heaven or they could be hell. Did Don Henley know this history when he wrote this line? Well, it's unknown, but the shoe certainly fits. Either way, what happens next draws us deeper into a horror scenario, as our character enters the corridor of this place and disembodied voices begin to call out to him, saying, "Welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place. Such a lovely face. Plenty of room at the Hotel California. Any time of year, you can find it here." So then, we've officially been welcomed. Our character has officially entered the Hotel California, a place of surface beauty with a haunting going on inside, a haunting which finds his visage lovely to behold, giving credence to the notion that evil feeds on the innocent, and as these lines point out, there's always room for one more. Her mind is Tiffany twisted, Don Henley explains about the woman who greeted our protagonist at the door. She got the Mercedes-Benz. She got a lot of pretty boys that she calls friends. How they dance in the courtyard. Sweet summer sweat. Some dance to remember. Some dance to forget.
Yeah, that's real.
These lines seem to be
Wise,
quite
wise
self-explanatory. In the storied sense, put simply, these friends of our female greeter are party animals, living it up in the courtyard. Under the surface, however, this is a commentary of the superficiality of the decadent American, well, predominantly 1970s Los Angelean lifestyle. The woman, representing a certain type of women in Los Angeles at the time, having her mind Tiffany twisted, spells this assertion out quite clearly, as Tiffany & Company is an upscale jewelry store on Santa Monica Boulevard, the place where starlets have dropped uncountable amounts of money on shiny things since Hollywood took shape, even beforehand. However, to take it in an even more specific direction, this line, or these lines, seem to be a commentary Henley was making about the groupies and gold diggers he and his bandmates began to encounter upon becoming famous. In fact, in one interview he gave in explanation of Hotel California, he stated, "It was really about the excesses of American culture and certain girls we knew," referring to these very hangers-on. The last couple lines, "Some dance to remember, some dance to forget," are a clever reference to the substance abuse that fuels the party lifestyle. As in every party scene, you'll find those abusing such substances to either create great memories for the future or escape terrible memories from the past. And in the midst of this dissoluteness, our protagonist grows a thirst all his own as we enter into the fourth verse. "So I called up the captain. 'Please bring me my wine.' He said, 'We haven't had that spirit here since 1969. And still those voices are calling from far away. Wake you up in the middle of the night just to hear them say." Once again, I'm sure we all know what they say, but before getting into that, we'll note that while interviewers are quick to point out that wine is technically not a spirit, as it's fermented, not distilled, Don Henley is quick to point out that he's well aware of this, once stating in retort, "You're not the first to bring this to my attention, and you're not the first to completely misinterpret the lyric and miss the metaphor. That line in the song has little or nothing to do with alcoholic beverages. It's a socio-political statement. My only regret would be having to explain it in detail to you, which would defeat the purpose of using literary devices in songwriting and lower the discussion to some silly and irrelevant argument about chemical processes." That fiery response begs the question as to what literary device is being used. The answer is likely that the wine and spirit being mentioned is representative of the spirit of the 1960s, a time of freedom, peace, and harmony, as wine in literature often denotes these very qualities, whereas Hotel California is a look at the era it was written in, the mid-1970s, where the culture of flower power had become a thing of the past, and the selfish, glitzy age that was leading into the disco era was at hand. Some say the spirit of the 60s symbolically died with the horrible events in California that were masterminded by Charles Manson in 1969. And while this line isn't necessarily about Manson, it seems to signify the notion of the disappearance.
Yeah, right. Because that's when the day the music died, the hippie movement, like freedom, the revolution. It's like, yep, that experiment worked well. Let's destroy it. We'll bring out a guy called Charlie. We'll make out this is what dirty, rotten hippies are about. And it'll destroy that whole peace, love movement. But yeah, I like this. I like it when this guy's super analysing it very well, I think. And still those voices are calling from far away. Yeah, those who died in 69. Because this song's after 69. And, wake you up in the middle of the night just to hear them say, "Welcome to the Hotel California." No, I swear, everyone loved that song, but I used to say it felt spooky to me.
Of that epoch all the same, and the beginning of the age of the Antichrist, as wine also represents communion with Christ, the lack of it representing a complete loss of morality and godliness. This makes sense then that the haunting voices our character heard when he entered the hotel wake him up in the middle of the night saying once again, "Welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place. Such a lovely face." Only in this chorus, the end lines are changed to, "They're living it up at the Hotel California. What a nice surprise. Bring your alibis." Suggesting that all who stay at the hotel are guilty of something or other.
Yeah.
Mirrors on the ceiling, the pink champagne on ice. The next verse begins, our narrator describing the self-indulgence of the hotel's culture as his female guide pulls him farther and farther into the madness. And she said, "We are all just prisoners here of our own device," meaning we're trapped here, but we entered of our own volition. That is to say, for example,
Willingly.
I craved fame, so I came to Hollywood, only to become a lifelong systemic slave to its debaucherous corruption. And in the master's chambers, the lyrics continue, they gathered for the feast. They stab it with their steely knives, but they just can't kill the beast. These lines are quite interesting, and upon dissection, seemingly quite deep.
I used to wonder.
First, we'll get it out of the way that the use of the word Steely is a nod to the band Steely Dan, who mentioned the Eagles in their own song, Everything You Did, singing, "Turn up the Eagles, the neighbors are listening," in reference to songwriter Walter Becker's ex-girlfriend who apparently loved the Eagles. Secondly, we'll recognize that the fifth and final sense has been mentioned now, that of taste, as this entire stanza is dedicated to eating. And with that out of the way, we'll get into the meat of these lines, pun intended, by starting with the two nouns that are mentioned, the master and the beast. Now, while both of these titles have been used to denote heroin and heroin addiction, that is to say, in this scene, the theory goes that the hotel guests are gathered.
Wow. He's outside, it's pissing down rain. Reno! Yep, I called this song out in the 70s. I just there's a lot of songs I hated in the 70s. You know, everyone else loved it. It's like, why? You can tell what they're saying in this. Bruno! Black Sabbath. The song Black Sabbath by Black Sabbath. It's about a Christian being sacrificed to Satan on this being burned at a stake. And wow. Not even hiding in that song. At the same time, you know, it's sort of a Wicker Man-ish song I found. Come on, buddy, leave the kangas alone. Well, my washing I put on the line 2 days ago still isn't dry. So. Anyway, it's getting a good wash on. You know, getting a bit of chemtrail rain on it. Should be good. Come on, Brian. You're getting wet.
Gathered together to shoot up, there appears to be a deeper meaning in this stanza. The master and the beast are also both titles used in literature, poetry, and the occult for Satan, or the devil, and have been for centuries. So in that light, we need to look at it this way. We're told here that the residents of the hotel are feasting on the beast in the master's chambers. In other words, the meal being served is Satan. Think about that. They are serving Satan. This underlying theme goes hand in hand with the prior verse that outlined the spirit of holiness, represented by wine, not having been served there since 1969. And of course, this also answers the question presented in the second verse as to whether this place is heaven or hell. In the end, we see the overarching thematic metaphor for the whole song being that Hollywood, or America for that matter, are fallen places, heavenly facades with hellscape inner sanctums. And at this point, our protagonist has completely lost his innocence. Once an aimless traveler spellbound by the bright lights on the hill, now a resident of evil. The last thing I remember, I was running for the door, he sings as he hits his breaking point and searches for a way to escape. I had to find the passage back to the place I was before. Relax, said the night man. We are programmed to receive. You can check out any time you like, but you can never leave. And those are the last haunting words we're left with. A clear message that those who enter the hotel are prisoners to it forever. The message of the song being, you can never go back. That is to say, when you learn horrific truths, you can never go back to the blissful ignorance that you once existed in before you knew them. Or to put it yet another way, once your innocence or naivety is stripped from you, it's lost forever. Don Henley and his fellow Eagles, like so many others who reached the heights of attaining the supposed American dream, soon came to realize that, in many ways, they'd sleptwalked into a nightmare. And that's what Hotel California is all about. The underbelly of the fantasy. The truth of the matter being that all that glitters is not gold. But of course, that's just one opinion, and I'll remind you that all lyrics are subjective to the listener. And with that being said, I'd love to know what you think the lyrics to Hotel California are about by writing your opinion down below in the comment section. But before you do, first sit back and enjoy these bonus 5 additional Hotel California facts. 1. Reaching the #1 spot on the Billboard Hot 100 chart in May of 1977, Hotel California also received the Grammy Award for Record of the Year. 2. In late 1997, subscribers of the highly reputable Guitarist magazine voted the back-and-forth guitar leads between Don Felder and Joe Walsh at the end of Hotel California as the best guitar solo of all time. 3. Recorded twice in LA's Record Plant Studios without success, a third version of Hotel California was then recorded in Miami at Criteria Studios to fix what the band saw as problems with the former two. Those fixes being to first slow down the tempo and then drop the key from E minor to B minor in order to fit Don Henley's vocal range correctly. Meaning, ironically, Hotel California failed to come to fruition until it was recorded outside of California. 4. In 1979, writer Ed Sanders began an authorized biography of the Eagles and was given a book of original lyric sheets in Don Henley's handwriting, including Hotel California. Over 40 years later, some of those sheets, Hotel California included, ended up in the possession of rare book dealer Glenn Horowitz and rock memorabilia specialist Craig Inchiardi and Edward Kaczynski, who were about to auction them off for upwards of $1 million. Henley claimed he never gave Sanders the lyric sheets to keep, and the 3 collectors who had bought them from Sanders were charged for obtaining them illegally. But eventually, in early 2024, the charges were dropped. 5. In 1998, when Eagles were inducted into Cleveland's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, all 7 past and present members joined one another on stage and performed an epic version of Hotel California live. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to give this video a like and a share and leave your comment down below. And if you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button. There's many more videos on the way. Hey.
Yep. Definitely about Satan, that's all. Selling your soul to Satan for rock and roll, that's what it's all about. And the crossroads, that's another one. You know, they all meet at a certain crossroad to get famous and make a deal with the devil. It's just a bad. Been going on for a long time. Where's that? Where's that? It's not too cold here. It's freezing outside, but Bruno's had a nice time out in the rain, haven't you, mate? Barket Kangas. Okay, what was I yeah, I had a video, they sold their soul for rock and roll, and it was all about, it's like a 4-hour documentary about it that was brought out by some Christian group. Fuck, it was good. I had on VHS, I lent it to me muso brother, and he was in the Jehovah's Witness cult. I never got it back. It's probably out there somewhere. There's a lot of stuff good since then, but It's pretty, you know, you never let certain music ever the same once you start doing all that research into music, which I did back way, you know, in the 90s. I was really going sick. Fucking looking into the connection between, you know, Satanism, occultism, Illuminati, and music. So, what am I looking for? I'm looking at subs that not in alphabetical order. I don't know why I'm tired. I didn't get up to fucking 1:45. Yeah, here we go. Quartering. Am I sub to the quarter? I used to be. The last video they did was 6 months ago. Manson special. So I've watched all of it, but I don't know which one I've showed before. I'll just show this.
Charles Manson managed himself as a guru. He had quite a lot of followers, mostly young American girls. The jury in his murder trial found he had brainwashed 4 people to launch an attack inside Doris Day's house and brutally murder everyone inside. The house was rented by Roman Polanski and his wife, Sharon Tate. Sharon and 4 friends in the house that evening were killed.
Allegedly.
The jury held that Manson was responsible for the murders, even though he didn't personally participate in them. Manson blamed the Beatles.
Everyone says, you feel no remorse. I said, can't you understand I'm not guilty of anything?
He'd read a lot of biblical stuff into us.
Is the Beatles responsible?
He's a child of the state, made by us.
I don't remember it all, must say, particularly some of those dark nights in LA.
I know about help was killed too.
Then later, I can't remember, you know, we were all just a bit down. One of those houses, like, you know, Doris Day's house or whatever it was.
Doris Day's son, Barry Melcher.
Record producer Terry Melcher and Paul McCartney had worked together and knew each other very well.
He's a big record producer. Him and Dennis Wilson are going to make Charlie a star.
Terry Melcher came to me. I didn't come to Terry Melcher.
Terry told friends he introduced Paul to Manson on June 22nd, 1968 at the home of Mamas and Papas John Phillips, and that the two talked all evening.
Maybe this explains why some of the lyrics on You Never Give Me Your Money were written on a door at Spahn Ranch where Manson and his family were staying.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all good children go together.
Almost a year before Abbey Road was released.
I'm a real person inside. I'm not a phony.
Thank goodness the rumours about Paul are over. Paul is still with us, and is likely to be with us for a long time.
In toward the end of the 60s, is that when the rumors about you being dead surfaced? Do you remember that? Do you remember how that started? What were your feelings about that? Yeah, no, what happened was we did a cover for a record called Abbey Road. The idea was to walk across the crossing, and I showed up that day with sandals, flip-flops, and so it was so hot, and I kicked them off and walked across barefooted. So this started some rumor that because he was barefooted, he's dead. But it was a little bit strange because people did start looking at me like, is it him or a very good double? Well, that was the idea. That was the other part of it, that there was a guy who looked like you taking your place. No, well, this is him.
It's a double.
Or is it? Or is it?
That's the Illuminati football today.
Yeah, hello, Tom. What's going down? I was going to rant with you about McCartney being dead. What is this all about?
In October 1969, a disc jockey in Detroit received a call from a listener explaining that if some Beatles songs were listened to closely, clues would be heard.
Number 9, number 9, number 9, number 9, number 9.
Revolution number 9, backwards.
Honey Underman, Honey Underman, Honey Underman, Honey Underman.
Even though there were past attempts to spread the rumor, this time it really took off.
It is 22 before the hour at 1 o'clock, WABC chime time. The fact that there's something very strange about the Beatle Paul, the fact that the Beatle Paul may be dead.
McCartney was killed 3 years ago in an auto accident and a double put in his place.
That a rumor had circulated through London that Beatle Paul McCartney had been killed in a car crash on the M1 motorway.
There arose a rumor that Paul was really not Paul, but an imposter. The theory on Paul's death says he was out alone in his Aston Martin. He crashed and was decapitated. A Paul McCartney lookalike has been impersonating him ever since. The fans say they can prove it in the songs, in the jackets to the record albums, and in other places. Clues by the dozen are lurking.
3 of the Beatles wear a red rose, while McCartney wears a black rose. Paul is the only one standing with his back to the camera. Inside the cover, McCartney's lookalike is wearing an armband with the letters OPD, which in England means officially pronounced dead.
The McCartney situation is real. They replaced him with somebody special and did some plastic surgery. Calipers on the bridge of the nose will show that there were not 1 but 2. Did the measurements and everything. Lord, there are 2. Then we got Dr. Henry Truby.
Dr. Henry Truby.
Somebody else was singing at a time when the fans and when the label would indicate that it was Paul McCartney.
Are you really telling us that the original Paul McCartney was not the later Paul McCartney, that there really was a double?
It really is. It's more like it. Come on! It's the best Paul McCartney we've had. Refined, cleaned, groomed, and had more talent than the first one.
It had been 4 years of instant success. The Beatles had become gods.
Nobody heard anything, or not even, a basic beat, I don't think. They were too busy tearing each other up.
I have prepared a statement which I will read, which has had John Lennon's absolute approval this afternoon with myself by telephone. And this is as follows. The quote which John Lennon made to a London columnist more than 3 months ago has been quoted and represented entirely out of context.
When John said the Beatles meant more to kids than Jesus, a Beatles boycott in the southern states began as the Beatles toured the U.S. for the last time in August 1966. They burned their records and spit on their images. But before they burned the record,
Yeah, people forget, like Australians forget, because I lived during the 1960s. 69, I was 10 years old watching this crazy fictitious show of man walking on the moon, real shit quality camera showing some bloke go down some steps and what? And I'm watching it going, why is it so blurry? We all got let home from school that day to watch it. And I was talking to my mate on the phone, schoolmate, and we're going, how come the camera's so blurry? And he's going, I know, I thought it'd be nice and clear. And no, anyway, forget the moon landing. But yeah, this is, there's something about the Beatles. It was an amazing time. I remember the Beatlemania going on when I was a kid, like even in the early 60s. I had, we had friends and you'd go around their place and have Beatles posters everywhere. And you go to the milk bar and you could buy plastic Beatle wigs, for $1 or something. Wear a plastic wig that looked like the Beatles hairstyle. It's crazy time, pop culture. Wow, it was at its peak in the 60s. But, yeah, and then, it was insane. And really, when you think about it, the music isn't that fantastic. It's like you said, one of the Beatles just then, no one even heard if people were playing. They're too busy tearing them each other apart. What the hell? That's not music. It's like they're in a orgasmic satanic frenzy with certain bands.
they had to buy them.
We meant more to kids than Jesus did. I was just saying it as a fact.
My view on Christianity is directly influenced by the Passover plot by Hugh J. Schoenfield.
I was using expressions on things that I just read.
The Passover plot speculates that the Bible is a hoax and that Jesus didn't die on the cross. Jesus survived, and in order to create a new religion with himself as the Messiah, he made people believe that he'd risen from the dead.
He said to me once that the children of 2000 will be listening to the Beatles.
By 2012, the masses will be where we are today, and Paul should be Jesus by then.
On August the 29th, 1966, the Beatles took the stage for the final date of their third sellout tour of America. But this would be the last ever Beatles concert.
We were just tired, it had been 4 years.
All that sacrificing
in this mania,
right.
That we weren't going to tour again.
We said, well, what are we going to do? Announce it? The Beatles are giving up touring. We said, no, just don't say anything.
But I was really too scared to walk away. I was thinking,
this
is like the end, really.
At the Crossroads,
no more touring.
My God.
And I was dead nervous, so I said yes to Dick Lester, that I would make this movie with him. I went to Almeria, Spain for 6 weeks.
Ringo came to Spain when John and I were down.
Yeah, the Beatles
George,
never
like
made
I said,
a
was
movie.
doing the Indian stuff.
Every Beatles movie. Shit.
Tuesday, September 13th, 1966.
The Monkees.
The Melody Makers Awards would be the last time a camera caught a glimpse of Paul McCartney for the next 3 months. Because of Paul's absence, rumors suggested he left the band and the Beatles were breaking up. Beatles manager Brian Epstein had to make a statement on October 3rd, denying that Paul had left the band, but confirming they would never perform live in concert ever again.
I didn't really know how big this rubbishy rumor had got out. It was all beyond and above the five of us. And I thought that I squashed the rumours in London with various announcements. I don't think that you get any one of them or me to categorically state that they will never appear in public again. But I don't think that it will be in the concept that we've known previously.
I don't know what I'm showing.
It's our pleasure to report that Beatle Paul McCartney is alive and well, and as he puts it, unconcerned about the rumors of his death.
Despite all rumors and reports to the contrary, Paul McCartney of the Beatles is alive and walking around, if a little irritated that people keep saying he is dead. Here's a picture of him made Wednesday night in Glasgow, and he is on his feet, alive.
It's different, man.
Well, I don't try filming it, but you might get some trouble.
The Beatles have kept pretty much to themselves in the last 7 or 8 months. There have been thousands of rumors about their breakup. They'd say they're not going to tour anymore. They're not going to travel around.
No word. Are the Beatles going to go their own ways in 1967? They could be, you know, on our own or together. We're always involved with each other, whatever we're doing. Do you foresee a time when, in fact, the Beatles won't be together and that you'll all be on your own?
No.
Do you get? If you got tired of each other?
No.
Because when we got into the Sgt. Pepper sessions, I mean, they were obviously different people to what I was. Just weird and a lot of sadness around, and it wasn't sort of spoken of a lot. And I think a lot of stuff was getting bottled up, and it was Paul that sort of, you know, pushed them all the time, you know.
Let me say goodbye, first I serve every beat.
Satan does things reverse.
Right at the end, the guy comes up and he says, "I buried Paul." See if you can hear it. Now, wait a minute. You contact the Beatles record company, they'll tell you that what the guy is saying is, "I'm very bored."
It's a bit funny, Grant, but it all sounded like I buried Paul. But we didn't think of that. I mean, of course, there's a slight chance that John did that.
End of Strawberry Fields, I'm saying cranberry sauce, not I buried Paul. And the rumour was started, obviously, by some madman.
We sent out Strawberry Fields forever. We were convinced a few lads had discovered Bradford's message.
I'm in the 70s doing it, playing
When
it
the Liverpool
backwards.
people came here to London,
My uncle told me
they
about
brought
it.
with
Paul
them
is
the
dead.
freedom, the
Number
money
9,
they've made.
number 9.
The centre is what is needed. That's what the bookshop here, Indica, was designed. But the bookshop wasn't enough. A newspaper seemed to be the only way to get them all to meet.
One of the staff members and a co-founder held a competition in the first issue of the newspaper.
Banned for 3 years in Australia.
His name was Ian Iarkomo, apparently a Polish filmmaker.
The music was banned on the radio.
The same Ian Iarkomo who ran this ad in the next issue.
70,
The same Ian Iarkomo who contributed to the Church of the Final Judgment and their magazine, The Process. The same Ian Iarkomo who engaged his friend Yoko Ono to perform an exhibition at his own Indica Gallery.
She was having a show at this gallery. So anyway,
Is
I
there
finally got to the
Abramovich?
show, and she had all these things on, like all these like hammer nail things, and that clock there, you listen to it to a stethoscope, all the things. There was this ladder and a thing on the ceiling. So I climbed the ladder.
See, my theory is that in order to keep full control of the band, they put a witch in there. They put Yoko in there, and just to keep things going the way the Satanists and the people in power of these record players. Anyway. But, they did this like Abramovich. He's hanging around with so many music artists. And look at her connections just to, Palmer and, all the dots. It's just insane. Like, connect the dots. It just keeps going and going and going and going. Like the P. Diddy thing. That's sort of like all the connections there is like what I've uncovered with all these bands from Laurel Canyon and the Beatles. And it's just, you start to see you start to see the spiritual realm. You see how it's not, everyone goes, oh, they're making so much money and they're big. It's all about, the powers, of the spirit realm, Satanism, and this music influences the peoples, the masses.
Ladder, and on the ceiling it said yes, but it said yes, and that was enough. And then she came up and said she didn't know who I was.
You didn't really know about it.
Yoko came around to my house.
She knew who the Beatles were
She
because
had met him.
she met you.
Yeah.
She knew of the Beatles.
You didn't really know about it.
I don't know.
But of course, if she knocked on your door, she knew you were a Beatle.
She just turned up. Yeah, the blue.
The same Ian Iacommo that wrote Paperback Writer. The same Ian Iacommo, whose name backwards sounds like, listen, Ian Iacommo, Paul McCartney. Paul McCartney.
So Miles anyway turned me on to a lot of that International Times, Evergreen, all those little things. And lots of very far out, and we used to do a lot of that.
This means that someone like Paul McCartney is on the scene and have supported it in both direct and indirect ways, and will probably say we have the same concept of freedom as he does. Have all found a certain similarity in their aims, more intimate and direct.
So way before John met Yoko and got Avant-Garde, I was like the Avant-Garde London bachelor with Miles, my pad in St. John's Wood. I was making like 8 movies and we were showing them to Antonio. I was in quite a sort of heavy Avant-Garde trip. I'd sit with Burroughs in a basement. And I remember sitting around with Burroughs and doing little tapes. Crazy stuff.
Sell out your sons forever.
Leave it first. Oh, Hannah Thompson will be in there somewhere. Hannah S. Thompson. Finishes. Just it's a crazy world. Oh, it's still going, is it? Oh, I thought it would finish. Oh, there you go. AI Yeah, weird song. It's like this is a song they wrote back in the 60s, and John Lennon sang it, and then they've put his voice in via AI, and yeah, and this came out last year, but no one even blinked it. I don't know, it's weird. real low energy. Like the song is so dreary and low energy. It's so depressing. It's just, it is like an AI. I think it is actually AI song. I don't think they ever recorded this back in the old days and never published it. They just never got to add John Lennon's voice to it, and they just suddenly, the last, how many Beatles are left to? So yeah, we'll just jam it together and make out that this was a song we're going to release way back, and we got John singing it, and actually, I have my doubts that that's even a real fucking song by the Beatles in any way. Anyway, that's just my opinion. My opinion does not matter. And, yeah. So, we watched the Wing Beatle 3, Manson special. It's pretty good. There's not much on this channel, but the few things they've put together are good. 4 years ago it was, 3 years ago, the Wing Beatle. Here's one. I haven't played this, but Apple instead of Apple.
It looks like a funeral. On the grave is a left-handed vase in flowers. The old Beatles stand somberly in grief, and like a resurrection, the new Beatles. A hand, like a halo, appears over Paul's head, and just behind the hand is the writer Stephen Crane, who wrote the tale The Open Boat, which is about 4 men who went out on a mission, but only 3 survived. There's a white card on the doll's lap. And on the other side is a blood-stained glove. On the inside cover, Paul is wearing a label on his left shoulder. It appears that it reads OPD, which in England means officially pronounced dead. On the back of the album, Paul is the only one standing with his back to the camera. George is pointing at a line from She's Leaving Home. According to the rumor, the day and time Paul was officially pronounced dead.
If you were to ask anyone who is the voice of the Beatles, the name would be Derek Taylor.
Hello? Yes, Derek Taylor.
Yeah, sure.
Why the preoccupation with exotic symbolisms of death?
These are not things that we are aware of.
What about the Paul spelled out on the Sgt. Pepper's album, the guitar in flowers?
That's the boundaries of that kind of guitar there.
Yes.
On the grave.
Yes, it is a grave.
Because we are clearly dense in that we cannot see the symbolism.
According to the credits, the bass drum was designed by Joe F. Grave. It's just impossible to find any trace of him. He simply does not exist. F. Grave may be a hybrid of epitaph and grave.
Alice in Wonderland. The poems are all from Jabberwocky.
The cryptic word games are the immediate extension of Lewis Carroll's famous poem, Jabberwocky, which shows that in word are very different meanings if one knows how to decode them. Lonely becomes 111X. Hearts becomes he, die.
Don't worry. Oh my God.
111X, he die. Or stated differently, 11 Roman numeral 9, he die. According to the rumor, he died November 9. Who died? Follow the arrow. Paul died. Aleister Crowley, the man who called himself the Beast 666, writer, philosopher, founder of Thelema, cult leader, Freemason, and magician, wrote the book Magic, in which he describes how to communicate on a subliminal level by speaking backwards in order to gain power over others.
Let him learn to write backwards with either hand. Let him learn to walk backwards. Let him constantly watch, if convenient, cinematograph films and listen to phonograph records, reversed.
2 photographs of Crowley were planned for the Sgt. Pepper cover. But since one of the photos of a younger Crowley resembled Paul, Crowley appeared on the cover only once. Or did he? Aleister Crowley died in 1947, 20 years before Paul sang,
It was 20 years ago today!
Was Aleister Crowley the real Sgt. Pepper? The inside cardboard contained Sgt. Pepper, the Beatles, military stripes, and a fake mustache.
I decided to add a secret little message to the end of the record. So we went to the studio and did a run-out groove. It laughed for 1 second, but it took the whole evening to get it right. You turn it around, the other way around, you know. We'll all be magic Superman. That was it.
magician.
A 24-page full-color picture book. Put a mirror across the tour on the front, and it says, "Look. Look in the book."
Above the clouds, in a land that no one knows, live 4 or 5 magicians who spend their days casting wonderful spells.
I didn't know you got a book with the elf.
Paul wears a black carnation.
I had a black carnation because they'd run out of red ones. And I said, all right, I'll have a black one, whatever you've got.
Paul's blood-stained shoes.
Paul is dead. Paul is dead. Hey, Gordon.
Hey, sorry I'm late.
Yeah, how dare you? How dare you? You
I'm
left me
retarded.
hanging here for 4 hours. Or, nah. I was just watching what I was going to watch anyway, and I just thought, I'll just watch what I know. Yeah. Why
Yeah,
not?
it's an interesting topic. Let me shut up.
Yeah, it just goes, like, there's just the Beatles, alone, their connections, and Laurel Canyon. It's just.
I always thought they were evil. Like, just.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like.
I used to get that vibe from them, from like the Eagles. I never liked the Eagles because of that Hotel California song. I always hated it. My oldest brother used to play it and all his mates, and I'd go, what is like this fucking sick satanic song there? What are you talking about? I go, talk about the beast of Satan, that's obvious. Anyway.
Yeah,
Even when I was young, I knew it was evil, and it's just obvious now.
I can't tell you how many, like, people who couldn't play guitar at all. They could play that song, and they would sing it for people, and like, I don't know, just.
Another one amateurs could play was "Smoke on the Water."
But the one the real dickheads would know how to play Hotel California and American Pie. Yeah.
Another song I fucking hated, and it
Right.
never made any fucking sense. But
Yeah.
Hotel California, I got what they were saying. I actually worked it out when I was young. Going.
I drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. What the fuck you talking about?
Yeah.
The fuck is this?
Left the cake out in the rain, and what's that song? Someone left the cake out in the rain, and that was another fucking mental song. Or was that the same song, American Pop? No,
I don't know.
Oh God! So why do people love these songs? Like when you're just not even concentrating, it doesn't make any sense, But if you start to analyze psychologically, like that guy broke down Hotel California, there's a lot of stuff he could have added to that. There's stuff about that. Well, he never even showed the inside cover, which shows Anton LaVey hiding upstairs in the shadows, in this on the inside cover, it's got all the band, quite a few celebrities known then, and up in the top story balcony, there's Anton, like a little fucking dwarf or something, looking beyond. Yeah, I found a lot of this stuff out, like back in the 80s and 90s. I was really, I was always fascinated by that reverse stuff, like I remember, mate, Sean and I he was a muso, had a keyboard thing, and it had a sampler where you could play things backwards, and we'd say things into it and it'd play it backwards, and Yeah, you definitely say another one bites the dust, and it'll come back crystal clear. I decided to smoke marijuana. You know, like that was definitely the thing. You know, but some people go too far with this reverse thing. Oh God, there's a guy who used to get on this guy I used to listen to, Jimmy Gene, and anyway, he used to play stuff, and he'd do this reverse stuff all the time. It was like, hang on, now you're making it up, and he's just a pervy. He used to say, now what he's saying here, and he'd say some sick, filthy fucking thing, and I'm going, no, I don't hear any of what you say. You're making an excuse to say dirty, fucking, rotten, filthy things on this show. And you are Smurfy Girl. She used to be on the show, and she left because I was saying to Smurfy, nah, the guys are being sick here, you know, like, get off this show, because that, you know, I was calling it Rio's perverse reverse you know, pervo show or something, you know, and I was going, why do you all think this is great? I think it's the most shit.
There were so many bands being pushed to the top that, you know, they
yeah,
look good. Like Queen. I mean, who was that other one? There was this one song out there that everybody go around singing. I'd be like, stop it.
Oh, like Billy Idol, you know. That was shit song. I fucking hate it. I hated every song he fucking did. Oh, what a legend. You know, oh, get fucked.
God, there's so many bands and performers that I just hated.
Yeah. Like the ultra mainstream, you know, like Huey Lewis and the News. I was going, why do people like this? And Billy Joel and fucking what was that one? Boz Gags or something. It was like, why do they like these fucking things? And you know, you'd hear the same songs, like they'd play the same songs 10 times, then they'd have like in between like 100 ads, and then they'd have the same song 10 songs again, you know, on commercial radio. I was like, didn't we just hear this 2 hours ago? What the fuck is with commercial radio? And I'd have to listen to it because there are other people on the work site. They got full control of their radio, and I have to listen to this fucking horrible shit for fucking since the 70s, and it used to drive me mental. And oh God, it was so beautiful when I used to do night shift with a mate of mine. We listened to independent radio where they're playing, you know, real alternative music and stuff you'd never hear on the fucking radio. Triple R it was called, you know. It was just great, you know, and you'd hear, you know, all the abstract stuff, and you know, a bit of Frank Zappa as well, Brian Eno, and you know, just all the good stuff. And yeah, commercial radio's playing it. Like, say a band did have an album out, and there'd be all these good songs, but they'd play this one song that was, to me, it'd be the shittiest song on the whole fucking album, and they would never play the other good song that might be on there or something. Oh, God. So, no, they want to program people not to like good music, almost. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I hated it when they're like the band or Lover Boy. It's like,
oh what God. A stupid name for a band, you know.
And then that song, Turn Me Loose. I don't know how many, I would tell people, don't sing that. Do you know what you're singing? He's down on his knees making love to whoever he pleases. I mean, no, that's just so gay. I mean, just stop it. I mean, people wouldn't even realize what they're singing along to, you know?
Exactly. You know, and everyone loved that song, you know, by Lou Reed, you know, the tranny song, you know?
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, why did they like the tranny song?
Everyone liked it, and it was like, just because of the backbeat, you know, it's like people like simple, it's like simple beats, you know.
Yeah, like children.
I go into the whole thing about, you know, you can get people just by certain drum beats or something, you know, simple messages.
Like Stewie
Like even
Griffin said,
Trailer
yeah.
Park boys mocked it, you know, like Ricky say to Bubbles, oh yeah, you know, Bubbles wanted to go see what's that band in Canada, Rush, and Ricky's going, fuck that, I want to see that band, you know, R-O-C-K rock. I remember it, but it's a shit song, and it's a bogan song. It's like, and it was sort of mocking people who like that sort of.
It's actually like Rush's music is actually pretty good, except for
I like Rush. No,
Yeah.
it was mocking this other band though that Ricky liked in the show. You know that it's
But,
like
most of the fans,
people like bands that, you know, they get you to spell words out or something.
most of their fans are douchebags though, like Rush. I mean, they act like you just don't understand their greatness. No, you got to understand. It's like okay.
It's funny when there's one of the band members, I forgot his name now, and in one episode, Ricky kidnaps him and takes him back to the trailer park because he wants him to play it. Because Bubbles tried to get to see Rush, but Corey and Trevor is fucked up, and of course, and they kidnap what's his name, buddy? Oh, fuck, it's on it. Oh, let's remember that. Anyway, he plays the guitar and, you know, of course, Bubbles and Julian get him to untie him and shit. He sneaks him out of the hotel room saying, this guy's a pedophile, I'm just taking him out of here. I'm an undercover cop, you know. Alex. Anyway, he plays the part, like, he goes along with so well. And then he ends up liking Bubbles, and, you know, him and Bubbles are sort of having a bit of a jam at the end of the show. And yeah, it was a funny as fuck episode. But he turned up throughout all the show. Like, he'd turn up in every series after that, you know. Because, you know, just like hanging out on. But the mistake Trailer Parks boys made, I knew it was a mistake the second I heard about it, was that they were going to let Snoop Dogg be in a couple of episodes, you know. I was going, no, this is when it's going to shit, you know, because Snoop Dogg loved the show, and he goes, oh, can I be on the show? And they go, oh, we can't say no to Snoop Dogg.
There's a channel on YouTube called Behind the Bands That Suck, and it's so good. You know, it was so good. Behind the like they did like Eric Clapton and fucking everybody.
Yeah.
Because talking about some of the most overrated people on the planet, like Eric Clapton, Bob Dylan, the Grateful Dead, it's like, get the fuck out of here. I mean, how could you?
Yeah, Bob Dylan, people were trying to, like, people were programmed to think he had a fantastic voice, just like they were programmed to think that Barbara Streisand was beautiful. You know, it's like, what the? I even fell for the program for a while. I mean, I still like a lot of his songs, but
there were like several thousand people that followed the Grateful Dead around, you know, at any given time.
Yeah, I never really got why. I tried to listen to it.
Jerry Garcia. I mean, no, he's horrible, fucking horrible. Yeah,
I just didn't get why people thought it was all legendary.
It wasn't.
It wasn't right. So I wasn't wrong.
It was just an excuse.
I thought I must have. I thought I must have been listening to it wrong or something. Just figuring, no, how could you not like the Grateful Dead? And you guys see.
You're just an excuse.
You're gay if you don't like it.
I had a friend of mine.
If you don't like ZZ Top, you're gay.
It was just an excuse to stay constantly stoned or drunk and travel around and hopefully get laid by one of the female groupies. You know, it's like, it was really pathetic. Yeah, I had a friend.
You know that shit song by Jack Black, you know, the greatest song ever, you know, where you know, that one.
No.
Greatest song ever done or something, where he plays against the devil. You know, it was already done years ago with the fiddler plays against the devil song. But in this one, it's, you know, the greatest song there ever was. And it's just shit. And everyone, like, this was like the early 2000s that come out. But Ostentatious or something, what are they? You know, Jack Black used an alias to his band name. And I've always fucking hated that Jack Black guy. Everyone thinks he's so funny. Oh, a chubby, fat, funny guy like John Candy or something. And he does, you know, those comedies, you know, Rock School or something. And, oh, they're just fucking horrible movies. Anyway, Jack Black, everyone thinks he's so fucking funny, you know, like all these other comedians are way
I
funny.
think some of the premises of like his movies were kind of interesting, and I've known people like that. They're just effing losers, but they manage to skate by in life, and people respect them. It's really retarded, but anyway, I don't know.
He started hanging around that Seth Green guy, you know, he's a Satanist, and they're all fucking, like, I knew Seth Green was a Satanist, I knew Dave Black was, and now they got this little band, clicky, they're trying to create a little rap pack or something, you know, it's like pathetic. And oh yeah, Jack Black's acting. Anyway, that wasn't what I was going to say about Jack Black. There's something else worse. Anyway, the greatest song that ever was. I mean, it's the shittest song that ever was, but everyone loved it. It was like, I did the parrot singing the song earlier. You know, this little parrot bird. He's going. It doesn't. Anyway, I knew this bogan idiot, and he goes to me, Ken, guess what the best song ever on earth is? And I go, well, that's a big call to say what the best song on earth is, but what is it? He goes, the best song ever on earth, you know, by Jack Black, you know. Oh, it's the best song ever, you know. And it's like, what? And it's like, wow, are people that stupid? Because the song's called that. They think that, you know, you know. It was like a brain dumbing down time back then. Yeah. But anyway, that's the point I was going to make about Jack. Anyway, I want Jack Black burn at the stake with all the Kardashians and all those other covered of witches and fucking burn them all to death, those fucking Kabbalist.
He had a couple movies, Jack Black had a couple movies to where, like, he's some loser that gets, I don't know, gets employment just by being a fucking
he's like a typecast character that you've seen other fat little chubby guys play in the past, like Abbott Costello guy, you know, he's sort of
like a
John
Candy,
you know. Oh, what a pedo that one was. Anyway,
Chris Farley kind of.
And who's the other one? John Candy, there's this other fat guy. Everyone thought was hilarious because he's fat, I guess. But
yeah, because he's fat. Yeah.
Yeah. It's always like that. Oh, he's funny because he's fat.
He actually had a really good part in that JFK movie, though, to where yeah, he had that's the only really good part where he did a dramatic role to where he wasn't typecast, and he nailed it. You know, I thought, you know. I don't know.
Was he playing Jack Ruby or?
No, he was playing someone just advising about. I don't know what was going on. I don't know. I could probably find it, but take me.
I forgot what the film was called. That film by what's his name?
Let's see.
The Hunt for JFK. No.
Yeah, John Candy and JFK.
No, I was talking about Jack Black, but yeah, John Candy, right. No, look, I can see why people thought he was a likable character, but I got sus on him in the 80s when he was always in John Hughes films, right? Now, John Hughes, all he ever did every fucking film. He might have done like 3 other movies that didn't involve children and teenagers. It was just creepy, you know. It's like he made all these comedies, you know. Pretty, you know, the Pretty in Pink, the fucking Home Alones, the fucking, oh, you know me, you know, he made that Planes, Trains, Automobiles. There's a whole list of films where it's like the guy must have been a pedo. Like, why was he so obsessed with, you know, what's that stupid one everyone thought was fantastic with John Cryer, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, you know, like that was all he did was teenage films, you know, teenager films. And like,
Yeah.
if you're going to be a filmmaker, why would you spend a decade just making films about teenage comedies? And
I put it in the
wouldn't
chat.
you want to hang around some adults for a change or something?
But like the only serious role, like in his career, where he wasn't typecast as just an idiot in a comedy. But yeah, John Candy in JFK. But yeah, I put the link in the chat. But this is a short clip about he's playing Dean Andrews. I don't know who Dean Andrews was in the whole JFK saga, but I don't know. If you want to show it, it's only 2 minutes, but anyway.
No. Mid searching. Joe, you know, go into JFK, find out who this guy is. No, so what was I going to say? They got
I don't know. It's probably interesting though.
It was very astounding, and it would have like it was mind altering and world shattering, and that. No, we got doesn't matter. I think it's about the end of the world next week or something. Anyway, doesn't matter.
But play that clip. I don't know.
Well,
because it's
actually,
the only time. It's the only time that he actually played a brief part, and yeah, it's just 2 minutes he did in this film, but it was he nailed the short scene. I thought he. Anyway.
Could I play the last 3 minutes of this vid, and then I'll go to it?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, I don't care.
This is about the bloodied glove or boot or something like that. There's blood. Like, it's obvious. Anyway.
Oh, I've seen it before.
The bass drum contains a message too. Love the 3 Beatles.
Look, some of this could be coincidence, but you know, too many. Too many.
Hands above Paul's head as a blessing over the dead man. Ringo, the fun one. George, the quiet one. John, the smart one. Paul, the cute one.
Someone's gonna win.
Turning it 90 degrees makes it a skull. Same with the back cover. Rest in peace. R.I.P. Paul above a sign with the text, I was, maybe alluding to the being I was who allegedly dictated the book of the law to Crowley.
Is Paul in the walrus mask?
Was it Paul as the walrus? No, it's John. The walrus is John. When we did Magical Mystery Tour, I actually put on the walrus mask. The one on that wall all swaying happens to be me with the walrus thing up there.
Just because I said I am the walrus, it must mean I'm God or something. I always had this image of the walrus with God, it was all, you know, I loved it.
That makes sense.
Well, here's another clue for you all. The walrus was Paul.
I am the walrus. It's one of those that has enough little biddies going to keep you interested even 100 years later.
Let him practice speaking backwards. Thus, for I am he, let him say, Yeah, Matt.
Paul McCartney and actress Jane Asher began dating in 1963. The pair got engaged in December 1967.
I was at the engagement party for Jane Asher.
Like the walrus, remember in The Shining there's a scene where Shelley Duvall's running around the hotel and she's seeing all these, people who used to be there and they're doing, and she sees this guy in a walrus suit and someone sucking him off and looking up at her, and he's wearing the exact same sort of walrus suit as they're wearing in this, like the walrus must be, the Wicker Man. I think there's a guy who had a walrus suit in that, it has something to do with that.
And Paul McCartney. So here's the party, all right, and the rock and rollers are there, and yet Paul McCartney, looking a little bit different under the eyes. He looks a little gaunt, and I'm there, and I'm looking, and I'm saying, why aren't they together? He's over there with this girl with a camera. Oh, well, that's Linda Eastman. She was on the tour with him. That's his girlfriend. What do you mean girlfriend? He's supposed to be engaged to Jane. No, that's not the same McCartney. It's not the same guy. This is not the same McCartney.
That's compelling information, anyway. I don't understand the evil behind it, and probably glad that I don't. But it is evil. Whatever the Beatles were all about, I don't know. But, yeah. But, oh my God, they killed Kenny.
No, I had to have a piss, sorry.
Oh, I thought they killed you.
They did in the last South Park episode. Kenny got killed.
All right.
They were doing a Mad Max type Furiosa type thing or something. I don't know. But it was all about this drug that makes people skinny, and Cartman gets them to do their own lab where they try to make him skinny. And anyway, it's silly. Yes, I know good about Eric's dog, eh? That was fucking sad. Yeah. And I knew he was slowing down a bit. I just met this dog today called Diesel. Oh, he's beautiful. He's sort of a mutt, but hey, beautiful dog. Gets along with any dog. I've seen him on the notice board, right? People going, anyone seen the owner of this dog? And people go, that's just Diesel. Forget about it. He's fine. Like, don't panic, idiot. And no, he just leaves him outside the supermarket when I was there, and I was packing my bag, and the dog was on this seat and licking me face while I put me food in me backpack, and I'm patting him, and just beautiful, and yeah, it was nice. And the guy gave me a lift home, actually, because it was just about to piss down rain. He goes, oh, you want to lift back? And I go, yeah, do you know Reeve Street? And he goes, oh, yeah. I go, I live at this guy, Daddy. Anyway, he knew that Tioni's dad. Oh, yeah, we were best friends, and he's going, I used to come, and he goes, I know exactly where you are. And I told him why I was there, and yeah, he used to hang around there for like years before Danny died. And
yeah,
so that was interesting. I met another friend of Tioni's dad's. I said, God, I think I've met every one of Tioni's dad's friends now.
Oh, right on.
And we had a good talk about his dog, and I was telling him how I've seen him. People had complained about him in the notice board. We're having a good old laugh about it.
Everybody here knows everyone.
Yeah, like,
man.
it's the same in this now. Most locals know who all the dogs who you can trust. Oh, so what? They got out for that. They had a little bit of run around and meet the other dogs they know. And,
Well, it'll be like I'll say a name to someone, and they'll be like, "No, I don't know who. I know the name, kind of." And then when they actually meet each other, they're like, "Oh yeah, we used to do all this and that," and then they had just hadn't seen each other for a few years and totally forgot each other existed, you know. But
Yeah.
yeah, something like that. But I don't know. It's kind of funny. Everybody does know everyone, even if they might forget momentarily. But
yeah, there's like Tioni's got a whole family here, but she's never really known them. Her dad's side of the family. Yeah, they've been here since like 70s. Yeah. So, like everyone who lived here, no one had power till the 80s, late 80s.
yeah, it's just yeah, you can show that clip or not. I mean, it's just that.
Yeah, okay. Well, which one?
It's in the private chat, but you know, it's just my point that you know, John Candy kind of got typecast as, I don't know, the comedian role.
Yeah, they do get typecast on me.
But he could have done like gangster, or he could have played like gangsters, or you know, like
Any of these guys could, you know, and then they go, "No, you're meant to be the funny, chubby, fat guy," you know. And it's like, yeah, fuck. Like Danny DeVito, he got to play some good serious parts, you know. He didn't always play it, you know, the funny little short cunt, you know.
But yeah, Danny DeVito got some good parts.
I can play a comedian sometimes, but I can also play a psychopath or a gangster or
But he John Candy would have made a good like criminal, or you know, maybe a mobster or a detective. Even he could have played like a detective role. I think he would have been good in that.
Who's that? Danny DeVito?
No, John Candy. But he got just set into this. Well,
yeah, morgue cop, you know, putting him in wacky roles all the time, you know.
But he started off on SCTV out of Canada, you know. So,
so let's see. I've got the link up. I just got to stop the screen. Start again. How do you do this, Gordon? I can't work it out.
I'm retarded. I don't know.
I don't know. It says present, and then it's got slides, which never shows up. Extra camera, what? Video file, shit. Oh, share screen. Yeah. No, I'm just being facetious. Facetious. How do you say it? What? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay. Let's watch this. Well, I'm the expert on StreamYard, you know, so fucking savvy. Okay.
This is like the only serious role I've seen him play in, you know, and it's only 2 minutes. This is all he did in the movie.
Lord. Yeah, she's cute, all right, but not half as cute as you, Dino.
Thank you.
You should try a legitimate line of business.
Why you dancing on my head for, my man? We've been thick as molasses pie since law school.
Conning me, Dean. I read your testimony to the Warren Commission.
There you go again, grain of salt.
Tell them the day after the assassination, you're called on the phone by this Clay Bertrand and asked to fly to Dallas and be Lee Oswald's lawyer.
Right.
That's pretty important, Dean. You also told the FBI that when you met him, he's 6'2". Then you tell the commission he's 5'8". Now, how the hell does a man shrink like that, Dean?
They put the heat on my man, just like you doing. I gave him anything that popped in my cabeza. Truth is, I never met the dude.
Oh, wonderful. One likes friends that have friends.
Indeed. I don't know what the cat looks like, and furthermore, I don't know where he's at. All I know is sometimes he sends me some cases. So one day he's on the phone talking to me about going to Dallas, repping Oswald.
You ever speak to Oswald in Dallas?
Hell no. Like I told that Bertrand cat right off. Cash you piece? This ain't my scene, man. I deal in Munich court. I'm a hack and nigger.
And how the hell's your name getting the Warren Commission, Dean?
Like I told to the Washington boys. Bertrand called that summer and asked me to help the kid upgrade his Marine discharge.
Well, I was led to believe that Mr. Bertram said that he would take care of any...
that's fine. Hello, to whom am I speaking?
I'm Clay Bertrand. Whatever they owe, I'll guarantee.
There wasn't no conspiracy, Jim. If there were, why the hell didn't Bobby Kennedy prosecute it as Attorney General? He was his brother, for Christ's sake. How the fuck all those people could keep a secret like that, I don't know. It was Oswald. He was a
I think
fruitcake.
we're
You know,
having a
hated this
communication
country.
problem, Dean. I know you know who Claire Bertrand is, all right? Now stop eating that damn crab meat and listen. I'm aware of our friendship, but I want you to know I'm gonna call you in front of the grand jury. You lie to the grand juries. You've been lying to me. I'm gonna charge you with perjury. Right now, I took 9 judges on right here in New Orleans, Dino. I beat them all. So am I communicating with you?
Is this off the record, Daddy-O?
Daddy,
In that case, let me sum it up for you real quick. If I answer that question you keep asking, if I give you the name of the big enchilada, you know, then it's Bon Voyage Dino. I mean like permanent. I mean like a bullet in my head, you dig? You're a mouse fighting a gorilla. Ken, this is dead as that crab.
a bit of a comedy role, though.
You want to line up with a dead man?
Lips, Dino. Either you dance into the grand jury with the real identity of Claire Bertrand, or your fat behind's going to the slammer. Now you dig me?
You're as crazy as your mama. Goes to show it's in the genes.
Yeah, he could have played a good gangster well.
Daddy-O. The government's gonna jump all over your head, Jimbo, and go cock-a-doodle-doo. Good day to you, sir.
There's a lot of actors I feel sorry for in Hollywood that I do think they might have started out well and then they just got corrupted and destroyed.
He could have been placed in serious roles, you know.
Yeah, oh yeah, no doubt. Yeah, exactly. I think he's been in, like, you know, that Danny Aiello. Danny Aiello. Oh, fuck, he's a good actor. He is.
What movie?
I
don't know actors very well.
Jacob's Ladder. He played the angel who was helping Jacob pass between limbo and purgatory to heaven. Yeah, you know, Jacob's Ladder. He was a dentist he'd go to see, and he was actually an archangel helping him. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I know. Yeah, all right. I'm looking at a picture of him.
But no, John Candy, hang on. I think he... What was that film back in... Oh, he did. Hang on, I've got to double check this, Gordon, but if it's the movie I'm thinking about, yes.
I just don't know any other serious roles he ever had.
Oh, no, I think I do. Hang on, I think it's... Yeah, hang on. I'll just search this. I'm sure it's John Candy playing it. Oh, no. John Goodman, I'm thinking. Fuck. I mean, John Goodman, you know, from Roseanne and that, yeah.
And when I Google it, the first thing that comes up is that he played the corrupt lawyer Dean Andrews in the Oliver Stone film JFK, 1991. But yeah, when I put serious roles, it's the only thing that comes up.
But you know, John Goodman, he's played in so many great films. Barton Fink, that was an incredible film. I don't know if you've ever seen it.
Wait a minute, let's see.
By the Coen brothers, yeah. Here's a preview. Hang on, I'll show a preview. I just got to stop screen. I just paused. It paused YouTube and it keeps going. Anyway,
was Wagons East a serious movie? That was his last film.
I know. I've never
They say
seen
it was They say it was a crappy movie, but
yeah, it must have been because I've never ever heard of it. But this film was a classic from 1991.
yeah, it's another comedy though. So yeah, Wagons East, yeah.
Right. This wasn't a comedy, but it was quirky. But I just love this film. Like, there's just such a, you know, it's very stylish. You know, it's great. And I reckon it was John Goodman's best part he's ever played. He's brilliant in it, you know.
For the first time in the history of the Cannes Film Festival, one film has swept all the major awards. Barton Fink.
Welcome to Los Angeles, Mr. Fink.
Excuse me? Howdy, neighbor.
Are you a writer, Mr. Fink?
Actually, I'm writing for the pictures now.
Oh, it's an exciting time then.
Is that him? Is that Barton Fink? Say whatever the hell you want. The writer is king here at Capitol Pictures. They're only interested in one thing. Can you tell a story, Bond? Can you make us laugh? Can you make us cry? Can you make us want to break out? Enjoy a song. Okay.
Devil on the canvas, 12 apple, take one.
Just having trouble getting started.
Well, it's Spirit. Wrestling picture. What do you need, a roadmap?
We all need understanding, Barton.
Oh, you lick this picture business, believe me. You got a head on your shoulders. And what is it they say? Where there's a head, there's hope.
I'm sitting in the audience. The lights go down. Capitol logo comes up. Come on.
Hey, LAPD. Got some questions we want to ask you.
Sorry, I'm in trouble. Something horrible's happened.
Female Caucasian, about 30 years old. Ever seen mud with anyone fits that description?
But, you know, with the head still on. Well, Barton, you might say I saw peace of mind.
Right now, the contents of your head are the property of Capitol Pictures. Charlie, why me?
Because you don't listen!
I'm a writer.
A new film by Joel and Ethan Coen.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, that was just an obscure classic that went no one even knows about. But yeah, the film, the bit when John Goodman says, "You don't listen." The fact is, he's a writer, right? He's in this crappy old hotel, and his only friend he makes is John Goodman, you know. He spills his whole heart out to John Goodman all through the film, you know, like John Goodman's just sits there listening to him all the time. And it turns out that his best mate's actually a serial killer. He goes around killing people and everything. And the only reason he doesn't kill Barton is because Barton doesn't listen to what he's saying, so he can tell him anything. And Barton's so self-absorbed in his own life.
Oh, God. Wow.
That he can tell him shit, and Barton doesn't even hear it. And he goes, "That's why I am not going to kill you. It's because you don't listen." And it's like the psychology of the whole synopsis.
Right,
of the film.
okay.
Like,
yeah.
the only reason that guy survived was because, and the guy goes out and plays a glory when the cops come, and he's out there shooting them, and he leaves him a present with something in there, and you more or less know it's a head of someone. Anyway, brilliant film. And it was John, that's why I showed that film. I think I showed it to Lee and Joe. Joe did not get it one bit, but
yeah,
I love the film. It was by the Talking Heads guy, David Burns, and short stories. And John Goodman, you know, it's about a small city in Texas, you know, like all malls, and it's an 80s film that was sort of like a documentary on Texas small town life and country, but you know, just showing society, you know, and all the boxes, and it was done so brilliantly. I thought it was hilarious at the time because he was actually exposing how they expect us to live in all these boxes, and we've got all these industrial boxes that we, you know. It was a brilliant film, and it was sort of mocking the whole Texas culture, really, and
Got
beauty pageant things, you know.
got Feather Boot in the chat. He said John Candy also played a detective in the Blues Brothers, but yeah, maybe that was a comedy anyway. I don't know.
Oh, was he in the Blues Brothers? Oh, yeah, he would.
I don't remember.
No, no. Look, I remember I saw the Blues Brothers. I enjoyed it. Yeah, that was fun. Okay. But then when it become, people got obsessed over it. It was like, what? It's just a normal slapstick comedy, really, you know.
But look at all the see, I grew up watching SCTV just as a kid. It was funny, you know, kind of real funny show. But you look at all the big names that came out of that stupid Canadian show, and a lot of big names came out of that. Huh?
Which show?
It's called Second City Television. Second City Television. Yeah, it was a comedy thing. Really rather poor production quality, but a lot of big names came out of there. John Candy, Joe Flaherty, Eugene Levy, Dave Thomas, Captain O'Hara, Andrea Martin. Some of these I'm sure you haven't heard, but you know, Martin Short, Rick Moranis, Harold Ramis, you know, from Ghostbusters, right? And some of these, like 4 of these I haven't heard of. But anyway, I mean, those.
Canada's had talent, you know. Like, fuck yeah. What was that other show that all this talent come from? In Living Color, remember that?
Yeah.
And like all those black dudes got big, the Wayans and the, who else started off in that show? The Wayans brothers and Jim Carrey, I think, or no, he was already fun. Who's the guy? You know that show in Living Color. All these people got famous. Everyone who was in the show got famous. Yeah. But just it is. I showed Frank Zappa doing music from a bicycle earlier, and he's on this fuckwit Steve Allen show back in the 60s. I don't know if you know that prick, but I've never. You still there, Gordon?
Oh yeah. I'm sorry, I muted myself.
Yeah, Steve Allen. I don't know if you know the Steve Allen show. It used to be big in the 60s.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I mean, I watched Frank Zappa on his show, and it was like, God, it was hard to watch. It was like everything Frank Zappa said, he made a joke about. It was pathetic jokes. It was like, this is just excruciating to watch. You know, it was really, really hard to watch. It's like, and the canned laughter. It couldn't have been a live audience.
Actually, I don't even know Steve Allen, really. I'm looking at his face right now, and he vaguely familiar, but that's it.
Not to be mixed up with the actor Steve Allen, the comedian from movies.
You talking about Tim Allen?
Oh yeah, Steve Allen, yeah. But I was thinking Tim Allen had the son was called Steve as well. So yeah, I was thinking of, you know. Anyway, Frank Zappa was there playing music on bicycles. Yeah. And this guy's making all these pathetic jokes, you know. And Frank was talking about how he's got a group of musicians around and that, and he's going, well, we've got one guy who plays this instrument, and the guy, and And this Alan guy goes, oh, yeah, and he can't read. He's never a word of... It's like everything Frank Zappa said he mocked, but it's like Frank Zappa did, you know, he's like a real nerdy, skinny guy, and, you know, who would know that soon this guy is mocking the fuck out of him on the show. That this guy would totally outshine him as far as being a legend, you know. But it was just interesting watching 60s television, how pathetic the humour was. It was just like excruciatingly fucked on this particular night show, you know. It's like, you know, like Letterman show or something, but back then in the 60s, yeah. It's like one of them shows. Steve Letterman. We had this guy here in Australia during the 80s and 90s called Steve Vizard, right? And we never even heard about David Letterman. And then, you know, he'd been going for 10 years, Letterman, over in America, but everything this fuckhead in Australia did, he was copying David Letterman. He must have been watching his shows and going, right, I'm going to do that. And it was like, it later on got revealed that, and a lot of his puns and jokes were straight out of Letterman's mouth. And it got exposed that he was just totally copying David Letterman's style until we discovered who he was, you know, who David Letterman was. It was like, hang on, he was... And then they did videos comparing what Letterman said, he says on... Well, it's the same time frame, you know.
Yeah, he's on Steve Allen show playing a bicycle wheel with drumsticks.
Lebinsky. I've never even seen that film.
The Big Lebowski.
Yeah, I've heard for like 30 years ago, oh, you got to watch a Big Lebowski. I go, but isn't the Bridges brothers in it or something? And,
I sat down and watched that a couple of times. I never really got through it. It's kind of weird. I don't know. Just kind of, I didn't really care for it. I don't know.
Look, Jeff Bridges is a good actor. Sometimes he's pathetic, but did you ever see that film? Oh God, it's a haunting movie. Tideland. It's by that Monty Python guy, Terry Gilliam. It's a bit weird. There's a little bit of a pedo type vibe in it in some bits. But it's about this kid. She's on the train with her dad, and he's a junkie, and that's Jeff Bridges, and he's on the train, you know, and she's just jumping around, this kid. Great little actress, whoever she is. And anyway, they end up out in the middle of the country. He's going to see his mum, and she's been dead for years. And they're in this horrible fucking farmhouse, rundown farmhouse. And he's just shooting up, and then he just dies, and she just pretends everything's okay, and it's about this poor little kid who's abandoned. And then she meets this woman who she thinks a witch, and her retarded son who plans on blowing up this train that goes past, and you know, it was like it was a really tragic tale of this abandoned child because of this junkie father who takes her out of this farmhouse. But the way the film's done, it's done in how she sees everything. It's done all in like she's just so in fantasy land. Everyone's positive, and it's like a very it was a brilliant film, really. And the retard ends up blowing up this train at the end, and blows up the train tracks because he thinks it's, I don't know what he thinks it is, but I've forgotten.
Yeah, imagine the number of movies the average person has seen. Then imagine me, I've only seen half of them. So anyway, I've never
the average
been much
person, I would have seen like 90% more than the average person, probably. So you would have seen like 5% of the films I've seen. Good. Yeah. And that's, I'm not boasting saying that. I'm actually, I actually think, fuck, I've wasted a lot of my life watching movies.
No, this is where I got to do a puck and say, you're just saying that because you're older than me and you think you're smarter than me.
No, look, you young. I'm telling you, you've seen no way more movies than I've ever seen. I'll say much more. Oh, hang on, that wasn't the argument. Oh, fuck. I'm actually saying, I'm not actually proud that. It's just, I grew up, my mum was a movie nut, my grandmother used to have all these autobiography books on all the actors from the 20s upwards, and I used to sit there reading autobiographies of Joan Crawford and Charles Chaplin and his son, and fuck, they were interesting. I loved autobiographies, but my nana knew everything about all the actors back then, and we'd be watching a movie and she'd give me a whole fucking history lesson on these actors' lives or what they did. I guess that's why I love movies, and people go, you're a fucking movie nerd, cunt. And I go, yeah, and, come here and say that, cunt. I'll send you to Puck, and Puck will cut you up into shreds with his fucking blacksmith stuff. And
you're just saying that because you're older than me and you think you're smarter than me.
No, look, I admit I know a lot of stuff about a lot of stuff and that. Yeah.
Oh, no.
And I knows lots more than others people's, and some people's knows more than me's and that. But I admit, then I say, you know more than me and I know more than you in some things. And then we go, yeah, we do. We can't agree, and we go, no, because agreed, that's a word that was actually a Greek word that when you translate it into Latin, into numerological, it means, and then I get stabbed in the throat. No, I'm sorry. I'm just going into mental land now. But there's a great movie called This Boy's Life with Leonardo DiCaprio, it was
like what about the best actor that you can think of? I mean, actual talent.
Leonardo DiCaprio. Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Nah. But I do think he's a good actor. Anyway, This Boy's Life. Robert De Niro plays one of the best parts he ever played in his life as a really nasty, rotten stepdad. Like nothing Leonardo could do would convince him. Leonardo is like a pudsey boy writing books and stupid writing and shit. It was just a funny. I love the movie because it's about dysfunctional family and him being roughhoused by his stepdad. Robert De Niro just adored playing the part. He just wanted to play this part as being the nastiest stepdad you could ever fucking have. It was funny as fuck. Like, me and Sean were watching it. We went to the movies and watched it. We were laughing our heads off it. Robert De Niro's, but that's why I said I know a lot of stuff about a lot of stuff, because that's a line he says. I'll try and find that line. Hey, I'll try and show you the actual clip. It's fucking hilarious. It's like, he's a drunk dad. He's got kids of his own, and he's married her and her son and Ellen Barkin. And he says, it's funny. At the end, she leaves. He goes, what about me? Who's going to look after me? Oh, it's just funny. It's like, I love films about, total dysfunctional families, but in a way, it's so, to me, I thought it was hilarious, I just thought it was funny as fuck, the part he plays. And, it's a classic like Sling Blade. Sling Blade was a classic, with Billy Bob Thornton. Right, this boy's life. This is just a great scene. I used to have it up. I used to do all these little clips that I'd show of, like, you know, that fucking Sandy Hook kid, Hog, you know. I'd have little clips of him say, "Yeah, just fuck off." You know?
Yeah, I thought Joan Crawford and Barbara Stanwyck were like, I really appreciated them as, like, I don't know.
I like Barbara Stanwyck more than Joan Crawford. Oh god, she was nasty apparently. But there's something about Barbara Stanwyck. She had this motherly granny type figure that you sort of like.
I thought they both could act. As far as I don't know, who was the one who played in Gone with the Wind alongside
Clark Gable.
Clark Gable, yeah, I thought he was. But he got. They just wanted him. I don't know. He didn't change his persona that much, movie to movie. Kind of like a Clint Eastwood kind of character, to where they're kind of the same character in every movie. It doesn't matter if Clint Eastwood was, you know, a cop or in a Western. He was just always doing the same shtick, you know. I do like The Good, Bad, and the Ugly. I like Clint Eastwood.
I love them old movies, you know. Like,
I don't know who's the best actor or what. I don't know.
I'm just trying to find the scene.
I'm actually no one to be commenting on such things because, you know, you've seen like 19 times more movies than I have. So, you know.
Yeah.
Yes. I got to go reminisce.
There's so many clips from the film, God.
Yeah, Puck and I did a live stream together. And we're like, oh, that Ken thinks he's so smart, you know. Anyway.
Okay, I'll show you a few some funny scenes. This is great. Oh, there we go. I think this is the one.
I got another one. I'm gonna finish this puzzle, and I'm not gonna put one in.
All right, look it. All right, so see this one? It looks. See this house right here? So it's gotta go with the house. I got the top together. I got the whole top part.
You're very good at this. You're gonna finish this entire puzzle. I'm gonna have only got
just
one
try and
piece
find
in.
one
That's
that
what's
will
gonna
go with
happen.
white, so you know that there's.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen this.
Found it. No, right here. Look it. I got it. Carla and Skipper are the best.
My humble house will shine, just like a castle.
Hi, sweetheart. You're very late. We had to start dinner without you. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Well, we had to go ahead and eat, but if you just give me a second, I'll get your dinner. No, it's okay. I'll get some at work. Well, I don't want you to go to work on an empty stomach. Now, just give me a second. There's some meat on the
gonna snap.
Sorry. There's a nice warm plate in the oven. Put it on the table. I'll be there in a minute to help you. What are these? Blueberry muffins. I made them for you.
I was trying to listen to a record.
Well, we're sorry.
There's so many scenes where it's funny as fuck. Wait, scratch it.
He's being Sir Mix-a-Lot.
I just want to hear the bit. It's like a table talk conversation where he's boasting about what he's done at work. And
you know that story about Catch Me If You Can?
Yeah.
That is completely fiction. Like,
right. I remember in the 80s, this guy had a tape on it, and he goes, "Oh, this guy's my hero," and we're listening to it while we're painting someplace, and
like
listen to it over a few days. Yeah, I don't
completely made up, like 90% of it. You know, I mean, the only thing he could really do is tell a good story, and they put him on TV, and people believe that that's based on a true story. It's like so loosely based on a true story that it doesn't even resemble the real story of his life, But anyway,
God, I can't find that scene.
it's kind of like the life of Bruce Lee. Completely fake.
Yeah. Your father and dad scene.
Wow. Yeah, good old drinking and driving with the son. Here we go.
Yep.
Yeah, this is okay.
See, right, what's happening here? Right, what's happening here is earlier on that night, he catches him taking him off, like, DiCaprio's doing to his mum and her. He's making out his Dwight, De Niro's Dwight, and he's doing like a whole role acting of being him, and he walks in with him mocking him, So, yeah, kept quiet, but anyway, starting to get to him.
Sorry.
I was trying to listen to a record.
Enough of it.
Holy smokes. No seatbelts in those days either.
This is the 60s.
Right.
A little sick to my stomach.
Sick to your stomach? Hot shot like you?
Not a hot shot.
That's what I hear. I hear you're a real hot shot. Come on, go where you want. Do what you want. Huh? Isn't that right? Huh? Yeah, regular man about town. Performer, too. Is that right, Jack? You a performer? I hear you do me. Yeah, I hear you're real good at doing me. Is that right?
No, sir.
That's a goddamn lie. There's one thing I can't stomach. It's a liar, Jack.
I'm not a liar.
Sure you are. You are Marion. Is Marion a liar? She says you're quite the little performer. Is that a lie? You tell me that's a lie, and we'll drive right back to Seattle so you can call her a liar to her face. You want me to do that? Huh? Did you hear what I said? You want me to do that?
No.
Well, you must be the one's a liar, right? You're a performer? Huh? Let's see your act. Go on, do your act. Come on, let's see your act.
You can't.
Sure you can. Here. Do me with the lighter. Go on, take it. Take it, hot shot. Take it. Go on, take it. Take it. Hot shot. You pull that hot shot stuff around me and I'll break every bone in your goddamn body. Do you understand me? And I'll pop your head like a zit. You're in for a change, mister. You're in for a whole nother ball game, buddy. Oh, yeah.
Right, stepdad. Nah, it was a good movie anyway.
Yeah. Well, that was hell of a deal there.
It's very good. Very sophisticated film. No, I can't find the dinner scene where he's boasted about bashing someone at work and he knows a lot of stuff about a lot of stuff. You know? It's so fucking funny. No, it was a good film. That's one movie review. Yeah.
All right.
What else? Best actor. Let's see. That's a fucking hard one.
Because so many of them get typecast or thrown into crappy roles with poor directing and poor editing. That
Alex Jones has to go down as a good actor. Yeah.
Like all of the presidents of the United States would have to be thrown in there as Best Actor award. I don't know.
Obama. God, I was watching a film with Obama and he's shaking hands with everyone and Joe's behind him trying to get his attention, trying to shake his hand. He's grabbing his shoulder and he won't let go. And Obama still keeps ignoring him while he's got his hand on his shoulder.
It says your stream was suspended for policy violations. So anyway, yeah. That's what it says.
I might as well finish now.
No, now it's back up.
What was that for? This Boy's Life, I guess. Yeah.
It's back up now.
Yeah, it was probably because I was showing, that footage. It's owned by whatever Universal. Oh, cool. So I did get striked or copy cunted or
Yeah, copy cunted. Don't want to get copy cunted.
Nah, that's my name for it anyway, but yeah. So Patrick Roberts. Well, I should finish the stream really. It's raining and sport. Anyway, Patrick's they went to a waterfall and Brian walked across the bottom of the waterfall and didn't fall over, and I think Annette did, and that was it. That was the video. It's pretty amazing. Bruno's breathing very heavy in his sleep, but he's not. He's only had one breathe. He's been having breathing fits, but he's only had one very short one tonight, so that's good. And Puck Elf wouldn't have a clue. I'm streaming on it. Yeah, I've never told him about my backup channel. Not that I can't even get to this backup channel. It's weird.
Yeah, he's kind of a unusual fella.
Give a mother pucker. So
yeah, I was feeling a little sorry for Eric Farmer, so I went on the stream.
Oh fuck yeah! I was listening for like half an hour before I went on. And it brings back a lot of memories for me too. When I know. Oh fuck, I know.
Yeah, I wouldn't know what it's like to have a dog for 12 years or 13. Yeah, and lose them. Yeah, I wouldn't know. So I felt sorry for him, because he's got no one else. I mean, no, he doesn't.
I know. And they give you a routine, like they give you something to get up for. I got to feed the dog. I got to cook the dog food. I got to do.
He's going to get up like
and it does. It gives you some. It gives you willpower to get up every fucking day. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's probably gonna get up this morning and be ready to go for a walk with Dingo, and then there's no Dingo.
Yeah.
That's sad.
It's like me, I kept every dog I lost, I kept seeing him at the corner of my eye and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you keep seeing them and dreaming about them, and fuck.
Yeah, I get along with my cat really well, and it's been 6 years, and lost the other one. Oh well, but like I don't know, the cats aren't the same. Cats aren't the same.
Rachel Range is pretty distraught about her cat that got kidnapped, and she don't know what's happened to it. This landlady kidnapped the cat and got trapped somewhere in the pound, or she's been to every pound. But
Rachel Ray is smart in some things, but I find her rather vacuous and enough.
Oh yeah. She's very smart for a blonde.
Yeah.
No, but I do like the way she is on the ball with some things as far as what's going on out in the world. But as far as, I've never been into the female comedians sort of, as far as doing stand-up comedy.
Well, I think, who was it?
But I love Rachel, like.
I don't care.
Few days to her.
Well, some comedians
She's
said
a
it really
dag.
well.
She's so daggy.
Some comedians said it really well. A woman is only a woman, but a cigar is a good smoke, And somebody else would describe it as bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. I don't know. They're just I don't respect women as much as I do men. They're just different creatures, and they're just too different from men that, no, I don't respect them as much as I do men. Very few have I thought, wow, you're pretty damn cool, It's like, there's very few.
Oh, you ever met the women I've known? There's women I know, fuck, I'd never mess with them. They're much more smart than any guy I know, and I'm not talking about Vicky. Oh, fuck. Got a raindrops keep falling on my head. Look, in my life, I can say, it's half and half. Like, but just as much respect to half the women I've known as half the guys I've known. Right. It's just how it is. And, I know women who have been much tougher than any fucking mate I've got.
I mean,
they'd go in and fucking.
Okay, there's like so many, there's a lot of men that I talk to where it takes a long time before I hear them say something stupid. I mean, we all do it, of course, right? We'll eventually say something stupid. Give us long enough, right? But I mean, women, give them at least, knowing them a few days, and they're going to say something really dumb. It's like, wow, where did you come up with that? You obviously don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But no, it's just that women do it. They pop off with their lack of intellect. And I don't know, men don't do that nearly as much. I'm telling you. Anyway, that's just my take on it.
Yeah. All the women, know me, like all the women at the supermarket, they just love it when I'm there because they know I'm going to be nice and friendly, and we always have a good chat about whatever's in the local fucking shit. And,
yeah, I'm not.
We had a good talk about this dog Diesel today, and two of the girls come out to see Diesel, this dog. It's like they come out to see Bruno too. When I'm there, they go, "Oh, Bruno!" They come out with a little liver treat for him. And,
I'm not a misogynist, but I greatly prefer a man's intellect over that of a woman. Women are like, I don't know, children in their intellect. I mean, they can't drive as well. They can't handle the finances as well. They're Yeah, I don't know. They just.
Oh my God.
There's just so many things women just cannot do as well as men.
No. No, some of the women I know, if it wasn't for them, I would have been fucked because they handled my finances for me because they were so good with numbers. And like Tioni, Ryan would be fucked without it because he's illiterate with, with maths and English. And me, well, I'm a little bit disorganized now because she isn't around now, but, she comes to visit, but God, she used to get me organised, And it's like they can really help organise it, is what I'm saying. They can, like put order in your life. I've had a few women have helped me,
No, I tell the woman to set up the home phone, and I said, do not take any plans. All we need is local service, no long distance, no plans, no anything. No conference calling, nothing. They're going to try to talk. Whenever they say plans, say no. Just continue.
I went through this too, Gordon.
Yeah.
Tioni is right. She goes, do not accept any plans. And this idiot talked me into this. No, you can't do that. We've got to do it this way. And she already had it organised. And then she had to ring the company back, blasting them, going, no, how dare you put Ken on this plan? I already... And then they go, sorry, we can see that now in our footnotes, that Indian lady who talked to him. And Tioni goes, all it's about is trying to get you to start new accounts, right? They want you to say, oh, no, you're all confused here. We'll start a new account for you. It's much easier. And then they get a big bonus when they do that. I went through that last year. Yeah.
No, I couldn't send her to the store to do anything without her coming back with all kinds of shit we didn't need, It's like,
well, I got a sentimental, I got a bit sentimental, and I was sentimental down the street and come back with the totally wrong things I asked for. It's a joke, so it's a bad joke. Sentimental down the street. So it's an old joke, but
yeah, it's very well proven that men are far better drivers. But then they're like, well, why do insurance companies give them lower rates if they were like worse drivers? It's like, yeah, good question. I don't know.
Well, they're not on the road as much, the mothers especially.
But they did a survey. It's like men, when they get into accidents, they get into 30% of their accidents. Wait, how I have to think about this one. I did a lot of research, but this is like 10 years ago. But they just noticed that, it's somewhat equal that men, men are the better drivers. When they get into accidents with women drivers, women are wrong slightly more. So anyway, the women are wrong only.
Yeah,
slightly more.
I've had a few women back into me. Oh, sorry.
But what they noticed is that by a very considerable margin, women get into accidents with women far more than any other accident on the road. I mean, considerably more. Anyway, I got to think.
The only way women get along, right, is if 3 or more get together, and then they become a witch coven, and then they become a bunch of witches, and that's how they get along. Like, there's an old joke. What do you call 3 women who get together? A coven. I love it. It's like, no, don't let women get together too much. They'll become fucking a fucking coven of witches, and burn us all. Kill us. The fuckers. Those bloody witches in Hollywood. Anyway, I just got dripped on. I can't see shit because it went on me glasses that time.
But essentially, men are better drivers in that they're able to avoid the hazards of women drivers. You know,
Unless you're Chinese, you know, Chinese drivers are. I
yeah,
swear.
they are bad. Yeah, they're bad. They're notoriously bad.
I had a Chinese mate, and he's shocked at it. We'd be driving along a road, and then he just sort of, you know, a highway, and then he just slows down a 6-year. What the fuck are you doing? He goes, I think to go behind me, I want to go past and that. And I go, but just go with the flow of traffic. And he used to stop to let someone on the left side of the road to go past when that's not what, you know, it's like, he's going to kill himself, you know, fuck this. I said, you know, get someone else to drive around next time. Sorry, mate. Yeah. No, it's not their fault. They're used to horse and carts over there, I guess. No, but I've done some terrible male drivers, but yeah, I've done some shocking women drivers too, and yeah, I think probably 60%.
They're trying to push this idea like, you know, there's good women race car drivers. So I mean, no, there's not. There's really no good women race car drivers, really. I mean,
you don't hear about them much.
What was her name? It reminds me of Colin Kaepernick, but it's Dana Fitzpatrick or something like that. Yeah, something like Dana Fitzpatrick or something. But she's only won one race in her life, and it wasn't really with cars. It was more like with go-karts, and she did that in Japan one time. But as far as the class of driving that she's done, no, she's never won any major race, but they always act like she's just a champion woman. And it's like, oh, get out of here. But I don't know, kind of funny. But yeah, it's sort of like playing chess, you know, it's like they're not good at that either. You know, it's like they're really not good at playing chess. I mean, it's so, you know, intellectually, and you know, whether it's their what do you call it, hand-eye coordination, motor skills, physicality. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, they just intellectually they just don't measure up to like what a man can consider. You know, abstract thought.
I disagree as far as driving it, because you know, there's been many a times, you know, when I had to have this woman or two drive me home because I was too drunk. And we got home safe. And
okay.
If it wasn't for them, I never would have got home.
Oh yeah, you would have died for sure. Yeah. Yeah. The most accidents I've been in. Well, it would have to be women, yeah, because usually men are driving, and especially here in North Dakota, women have their place in North Dakota. I kind of like that they understand it and they go along with it. They're okay with it. They know that they're the slightly lesser species, you know, or representative of the species, and so
old people cause a lot of accidents too.
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely do. But
like the worst accident I've been involved in was, you know, this old guy who was half blind and he pulled out in front of traffic, and you know, 4 kids in the car and his 28-year-old wife. You know, what the fuck?
I think it has to be more closely monitored, because my dad was allowed to keep a license long after they should have just said, no, sir, you're done. You know.
Yeah, the only reason I haven't bothered getting it suspended at the moment, my license, but you know, I'm just saving, you know, it costs you more when you got a fucking car and a license. You got to pay all this each year.
Once they said I have to have high risk insurance no matter what for 2 years, I just said I'm done. I quit. I'm not even going to drive anymore. They're never going to get that money out of me. No way.
I've almost resolved to that, yeah.
It's like a car payment for this high risk.
I do feel a bit trapped, you know, especially with Bruno. If anything happens to him, I want to just wouldn't care if they had a license or not. I'd drive them to the vet, you know. Yeah. But that's the main reason I still want a car, just so I can get my dog to the vet.
I wouldn't mind having a car again, but I don't know. I don't really care.
There's a few people I know, they got dogs, they don't have a car, and you know, we've talked about it going, oh, you know, they're the same. They freak out if anything happens to their dog, and they can't get to the vet. I'm thinking I've got to sort of either get my license back so I can help all these women with dogs, and in case anything like that happens, I'll be on 24-hour, you know, call. Because I know what that's like, you know. When you're trapped and no one's there to help you with your dog. Yeah. Yeah, I met like 3 people like that, but
like when you want to go to the shops, how far away is it? Like walking, you know, how many? 10 minutes?
Well, it takes me 15 to 20 minutes to walk there and 15, 20 minutes to walk back. Sometimes with Bruno, half an hour because he likes to stop a lot. But
I'm only 5 minutes from like everything. So.
Oh, right, yeah. And when it's raining and cold and shit like it has been for the last 3 weeks, it's a real cunt having to go up the shops, you know.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'll get my bikes back and, you know, pretty soon.
I don't mind in summer, but, you know, now I'm really hating it, you know. I have to go up every couple of days because I can't carry too much, you know. Yeah. I have a backpack, a handbag, a beach bag thing. But still, I'm fucked by the time I get back. So I was so glad this guy dropped me off tonight. When I went up there, it was just about to piss down, and I'm going, hey, but, you know, after he's the one with the dog, and I was patting the dog and talking to him. And I go, you're not going past Reece Street, are you? He goes, no, I'm going the other one. He goes, oh, that's all right. No, I'll and then he yells back, oh, no, I can give you a lift back. And I'm, because I said, you'd be a cut if you didn't offer me a lift back. And he did, and then he turned out he knew Tioni's dad, his best mates with him. You know, I was getting, he liked me because I loved his dog. And, yeah, so. And then it just, as soon as I got, you know, through the gate, God, it pissed down like big torrent, you know. I would have been saturated, yeah. So that worked out well. And I was going to get some bottles of wine, I thought, but then I'll have nothing to drink into, you know. And I bought a cask, and I don't do that often. Yeah. 4 litres, 5 litres, or whatever the fuck it is. 4.4 litres.
Oh, you bought a box?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, that stuff gives me a hangover usually.
Yeah, it's because I'm flat broke, you know. I was very broke, but it's not really beer weather anyway.
It's not too bad. It's just you shouldn't drink too much of it, otherwise you'll end up with a hangover.
Oh, fuck it. Dehydration.
I haven't drank that for a long time.
Look, I've been telling people off for years drinking that shit, you know. So,
right, yeah, I know. Right.
Yeah, I'm against it, but I know my limitation, you know. I don't go, yeah, I'm going to drink this whole fucking 4.4 litres tonight.
That's why I drink straight vodka because, I mean, I just never get a hangover, you know.
As long as you drink other stuff in between, it's okay.
I mean, drinking like straight booze, it depends on what it is, but no, straight vodka, it's like you're more likely to not get sick in the morning. So anyway.
Anyway, on that note, good night.